Hello, hello. I just realized that my mic's mute button, which is using a touch control.
接下来想去哪里？如果想游历离月名胜的话，我有一些不错的参考方案。
You're watching my stream, like what the fuck? Like, prepare or anything? Okay, I still have no idea how the mute function on my mic works. Not sure if what I just said was muted. Or how far I should leave the mic so that I don't
旅程总有一天
trigger
会迎
any
来终点，
plosives.
不必匆忙。
I'm not even sure if this mic is an overall upgrade over my, what's it called, my Blue Yeti. Oh my god, my ping is going haywire again. It's like 87, 100. Why is it doing that? If it goes over 100, I just feel like I can't play anymore.
与玫瑰花同载酒，只可惜故人何日再
So
见。
back then it was muted. What I was trying to do with my mic is I just slide my finger over the touch sensor so that it gets muted, but it doesn't seem to work here. Or at least it doesn't seem to work when I slide over it from the top, but then it works when I slide over it from the bottom. I don't know if that
接
makes
下来
any
想去哪
sense.
里？如果想游历离月名胜的话，
I would have preferred if they just used a traditional button, but apparently everything has to be a touch sensor these days. I guess it makes sense for the mic because it doesn't really make a sound if you use a touch sensor. 78, 98 ping, 100. What the fuck is going on with my internet? Are you back in Singapore? Okay, so one thing I have to get used to is not to shout all the time. I feel like I'm always talking louder than I should be when I'm using a headphone because it doesn't really sound the same. I don't know if that makes sense. I guess it's just something every streamer has to get used to because it honestly just doesn't sound like I'm speaking loud enough, and I have no idea what it sounds like on stream. Like, I've noticed that my voice is a lot louder, especially on this mic, when I rewatch my streams, compared to what I thought I sounded like. So I've turned up the game music, or the game sound, a tiny bit, so that I don't feel like I'm shouting all the time. Is it just me, or you play game all the time, lol? Dude! It's like Christmas time, so I don't really have anything to do, and I'm just playing games now. Before I go back to Taiwan. I said go back, but honestly, Taiwan is not my home anymore. It sounds so bad to say that, but it's true. I say go back. I don't know why. There's a lot of like psychology that needs to be unpacked here when it comes to what I consider home nowadays. But essentially, what's going to happen in around 5 weeks is that I will be going to Taiwan for roughly 3 or 4 months, and I'll be coming back around the end of March or April. I'll still be playing Genshin and logging in daily, but I probably won't be like doing all of the quests and, you know, all the new content, except for maybe the card game, because I suppose the card game is much easier to play on mobile than it is to like play the actual game of Genshin. So that's a good thing, I guess. Maybe that's why they added the card game, so that people who have shit PCs, no, I mean shit mobile phones, can play some kind of Genshin game while, you know, their actual phone can't run Genshin that well. That would be hilarious if like a bunch of casual Genshin players just stopped playing Genshin and started playing the card game instead. And I've thought a bit about my suggestion yesterday that they just create an app so that you can play the Genshin card game without playing Genshin itself. And I don't think that would actually work, because the way they've set up the Genshin card game is that you need to actually run around the open world to like talk to NPCs, and then you can duel them. And I think there's also like a tavern place where you can duel the do the what are they called? To have the challenges. But I'm still not really totally sure how that's gonna work. Like my initial thought process was that you would actually go inside a physical space, right? And then you would see like Sino walking around, or maybe sitting at a table, or maybe riding Shogun. Maybe probably not riding Shogun, but some other NPCs that are playable characters. And then you would go sit down next to them, like in a virtual reality setting, and then you would play a game of cards. But from the UI that I've seen, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think what's going to happen is that you're just going to go to a notice board, and then you can pick what character you want to play against. Actually, I should probably just show you. Right, so it's somewhere over here. Also, I think I can show the cards now because if you don't know, there's an event. They call it events. I don't know why they call it an event, but you basically have the ability to see all the cards now from an official Genshin MiHoYo source. Man, you guys need to shut the fuck up. So yeah. So I'm gonna show you all the cards now because why the fuck not? I don't think the one thing they haven't showed yet is what the elemental reactions do, but essentially everything else about the card game is already out. We know how the card game plays from the official MiHoYo sources. We know what cards are going to be in the game because there's an event. I don't know if you can see this. Not this. The Duelist Rising web event. They call it a web event, but you can't actually do the event on PC. It's so weird. You have to go to your mobile phone. So I don't know what this is about. Maybe they're actually trying to cater to the mobile player base this time because the card game is supposed to be for mobile fans. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. But you can't do this on PC. So I'm basically forced to use this fan site for the cards to actually look at them. So yeah, this event, if you go to this webpage, I'm not gonna link it to you. I could probably link it to you. Oh wait, I can't actually do it on my PC right now because I'm using what's it called? I'm using another laptop for streaming. So actually, if I had to link it to you, I would have to use this PC. I'm new at this. Sorry. Where is it? Well, actually, you don't even need to. You can just use your phone and scan this. You can scan this with your phone. But essentially, if you go do this event, you can view every single one of the cards that are out right now. And you can even see their effects. So going back to advanced rules, where is it? No, that's not here. Rules. Where are they? Player guides, notices, info. Wow, they have a lot of shit. Do you guys ever feel like you're being spammed with info by the official Genshin Twitter account? I feel like I've gotten really off track, but essentially why I'm playing a lot of these games and streaming it is, number one, I play games all the time anyways. It's just that I don't stream it. Like, even off stream, I play a lot of card games. I've been playing a lot of card games recently, like, what's it called? Slay the Spire and Monster Train. So those are two roguelike card games that I've been playing for about 1 to 2 hours every single day. I just don't stream it, so you don't know about that. And you can't see it. Also, I've been playing, as you probably already know, Persona 5. I'm pretty early into it. I'm probably on Copium, thinking that I will be able to finish that by the time that my Game Pass expires. So I'll probably have to pay another like $1 or $2 for that, which isn't like terrible, but I don't know how Xbox does it. They always tell me that I'll have to pay another $14 the next time that I subscribe to the Game Pass, but every single time I just let it expire, and then when I subscribe again, it just says, oh, it's another $1 or $2. There is a lot less Genshin info on Twitter these days, is there? Why are you not moving? Wait, how do I get, oh yeah. This commission only exists so that you can see the big tree from up in the air. Yeah. Where are you guys at in terms of your excitement for the Genshin card game? Right now, I'm saying I'm actually pretty decently excited. I'll be honest, like, I don't expect the game to be some kind of like mind-breaking bullshit that you will keep on playing forever and ever, but it doesn't have to be because it has the Genshin IP. And that's kind of how I feel about Marvel Snap, if you play that. It's a really simple game. It's kind of like all you're doing is kind of playing your opponent to play the right cards or the wrong cards in the right lanes, in the right 3 lanes. And it's such a simple game because the deck building is like only 6 or 8 cards. So there's not much in terms of card theory.
固若金汤。
Wait. But since it has all these Marvel characters on the cards, well, everybody's all hype over it. And that's perfectly fine. That's just the power of IP. It's the reason why Dragon Ball Z Fighters, or is it just called Dragon Ball Fighters, is so popular. It's a really good game. If you didn't know, it's a fighting game. But if it didn't have the Dragon Ball Z IP, there's no reason why it should be this popular, right? There's no reason why it should be more popular than Guilty Gear Strive or I don't know. What other top fighting games are there? Tekken, I guess. Actually, Tekken to me looks really kind of crap. I've tried to get into Tekken, but the graphics just don't do it for me. It looks so weird. And it doesn't have rollback netcode. Anyways, here are all the cards that you can get. You can already see them in the event. So I don't think it's going to be any surprise when these finally do come out. You can play as Mirror Maiden. I think I'm going to treat the card game exactly the same way I treat the actual game of Genshin, which is that I'm not going to go for meta characters. I'm basically going to get whatever cards I think look cool. Which at this point, I'm probably going to try to get Ganyu because I don't have her in the actual game. So I'll just make up for that with the card itself. And then I'll try to get Mirror Maiden because she's hot. And those two are my primary goals right now, who I will try to go for. And since one is Hydro and the other is Cryo, I'm sure that there will be some kind of resonance with those two characters. You're gonna get all the cards pretty easily anyway. Yeah, that's probably true. I wonder what the progression is going to be like. Because, like as I said, I've fallen off of Marvel Snap. And that the primary reason for that is because it just takes too long to get cards now. I realized that at some point my progression was going so slow that there was no point in me playing the card game anymore because I did not like the card game that much. As bad as it sounds, I don't like playing the card game for the card game itself. I like the card game because it has Marvel characters on it. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of Marvel, it still has this certain appeal to me. Like, I enjoyed Guardians of the Galaxy, the first one at least. The second one was also pretty damn good, but I thought the father-son relationship was kind of played out. I don't need any more father-son relationship stories in my movies, especially not after Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah, so Marvel characters, pretty cool. And that was my primary reason for playing Marvel Snap, which is to get more Marvel characters. But at some point, you go from getting one card after every like 2 or 3 levels to 4 levels, and then it's like 6 levels. And at that point, what am I really doing? I'm just waiting so I can see more cool pictures of cards, of Marvel characters on my cards. And I'm fear that that's going to be the same thing with this card game as well, which is that I'm basically just playing the card game to get more cards. Which isn't a bad thing. Like, every single game has to give you that dopamine drip. I just fear that that's not going to be as easy in this game as it is in another game, in other games. And I don't think it's bad. I think MiHoYo has already realized this, which is that it's not bad to give people more stuff. And to get them fairly easily. aside from all the pay to win shit like characters, there, if you've noticed, aside from characters and like weapons in Genshin Impact, everything else you can get fairly easily, or you don't really have to try that hard. The most you have to do is wait, right? When it comes to materials, okay, maybe some materials are kind of hard to get, but it's nothing you can't solve by just looking at the interactive map. Like I've mapped out over here. Even the Rukushava mushrooms are pretty easy to get once you realize the route for them. So when it comes to like things like leveling up mats, when it comes to things like resin, you basically just either have to wait for them or you can earn them using the time that you've gained, which is essentially resin. Resin is time. Nothing is especially hard to gain in this game aside from Primo Gems, which is again just time and time spent in the game every single day. And I think that's going to be the case with the card game as well. Eventually you'll get all the cards, just like you've said. But I do have this little tiny fear that it's going to be such a grind. Anyways, that's my rant on the game. The cards look pretty cool. I'm going to aim for Ganyu and Mirror Maiden first. Although, judging by what you said, it's probably not going to be the hardest thing in the world to get all the cards. So, I don't have any like specific thoughts on how the game is going to play out. I'm sure it'll be fine. I know that's just like such a milquetoast non-answer or like non-opinion, but I've played a lot of card games already. I've played pretty much all of the online card games, except for that anime card game. I forgot what it's called, but it's on Steam somewhere. But as long as the graphics are good, just like in Hearthstone, there's always going to be an audience for this card game. It's really as simple as that. It's like fighting games. If it looks good, you're going to have people who want to continue to play it, even if the mechanics aren't like the greatest in the world. Oh, here's little Timmy. Triggers automatically once per round. This card gains 1 pigeon. Do you guys enjoy the art style for this card game? I'll be honest, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a bit too simple. Like, you don't even see the eyes. It has this very stained glass kind of look, don't you think so? Like, it's very simplistic. There's not a lot of like background imagery. And there's a lot of symbols on it too, like you mostly find in Genshin Impact as well. Like here you can see their eyes. Like, you like the art? Yeah, I like the art as well. It's just that the first time I saw them, it did look a bit odd to me compared to like, because I thought that the pictures, the card art would look a lot more like the splash art for the characters. But it's kind of like a mix between that and the chibi art we get on Hoyo Lab, and for the chat responses in the game itself. So it's nothing that I'm going to get too worried about. I think the people who will be slightly disappointed by the card game are the ones who think that it will be like a game changer for the entire game, and that this will somehow be a replacement for the end game that they wanted all this time. And you can already see like people going through the 5 stages of grief, like with MTash. Like I was watching MTash stream earlier, and not stream, but his video earlier, and he was like, "Oh my god, why can't they just make, you know, why can't they just make end game combat content instead of this bullshit?" So he's already in like an advanced stage of grief. Does it really feel like I'm playing games all the time? I feel like I don't really stream that much. I'm actually trying to stream more, because I realized that I don't really, like, I can't make videos all the time because there's just not enough topics that I feel like there needs to be videos, and there's not enough topics I feel like there's, like, I don't feel excited about talking about the card game independently of just streaming. this stuff doesn't need a video to be made about it. Like when I was making the video about like the controversy around the endgame content, I felt like that needed to be said because nobody else was saying this kind of stuff, at least in the way that I wanted. But when it comes to the card game, I feel like there's 1,000 people saying the same thing I'm saying. Like, who the hell actually needs a guide on this shit? You think that he needs to move on? Well, we all know why he's not moving on. And that's perfectly fine as well. Like, what does he need to move on from? He's basically already stopped streaming since the Archon Quest is done. And he doesn't even enjoy the Archon Quest that much. But he's a funny dude and he's entertaining, which means that I feel like no matter what he streams, he's still going to get viewers. It's just that he'll make less money. That's the entire thing with all these content creators and streamers that I disagree a tiny bit about, which is that they talk a lot about the monetary side of things, and even though MTash is honest about how like he wouldn't be playing this game or streaming it at least if it wasn't for the money. Like, he's still going to make money by playing games that aren't Genshin Impact. He'll just make less. So really, it's just a tiny bit dishonest. It's like saying, yeah, I'm doing it for the money, but also I would still be making money even if I wasn't streaming Genshin or making content about Genshin. It'll just be like 50% less or maybe even 80% less. Who knows what the number is? I don't know, maybe I'm just not being empathetic enough. Especially as somebody who is kind of in debt and will probably die for that kind of money. So going back to the question of why it feels like I'm playing games all the time, it's because 1, I don't have a job. 2, I'm going back to Taiwan in 1 month, so there's nothing else for me to do anyways. And that's basically the entire reason. Where is it? Oh my god. It might also be your time zone, because if it's in the morning, it's probably a lot weirder to see someone streaming in the morning if that's where you are in the time zone. But for me, it's like 5:51 p.m. and this is usually when people are already off work. So even if I did have a job, this would probably be the time I'm streaming at anyways, if I lived like a normal life. If I got to choose a job, what would it be? Well, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a fiction novel writer. I read a ton of books, and basically all I did every day was read. But then I went to university and realized that going to university really took the joy out of reading for me. Having to write so many papers and read so many history books, because I did my major in history in university for my undergraduate studies. Oh my god, I didn't have history over there. So my dream job would have been a fiction novel writer. Or some kind of novel writer, but that did not work out, obviously. And now even now, like, even if I was trying to be a novel writer today, Like, I'm not sure how long that business is going to be profitable, or if it is already profitable enough. Like, I was looking at the news the other day, and the New York Times bestsellers list in the top 10 slot, some of them, apparently, if you're not in the top 10 bestsellers for the New York Times, then you basically sell less than like 10 copies of your book. That's basically where the publishing industry is at today. And that's for a variety of reasons. Like, there's ebooks now. Everybody is just consuming content on YouTube. People can just, even fiction novel writers like Brandon Sanderson, who I read, they're doing streams on Twitch. They're doing all this side stuff that doesn't have to deal with fiction novel writing. It's just everybody is a content producer. Everybody is like a content creator nowadays. Even if their main job is to be a novel writer. It's so weird. You have to be like 100 different things at the same time. You can't just do one thing anymore. So I would like to be a novel writer or be in the creative industry in some capacity. But again, going to university and having to do my history major and read a whole bunch of bullshit has really taken the joy out of that for me. And I suspect that if I ever get big enough on YouTube, if I ever like actually become successful at this, at streaming, or whatever else it is that I want to do, that will be the same as for me as well. It's like that meme where people say that people in America, the kids in America, when people ask what they want to do for the rest of their life or what their dream job is, it's to be a content creator or a YouTuber. Whereas if you ask a kid in China what they want to be, it's like to be an astronaut or a scientist or something. I don't know how accurate that is, because I know there's a lot of content creators in China as well, just not particularly on YouTube, because that's banned in China. But I don't know how true that meme is. You got Yae Miko today? No, good for you. I hope you enjoy. Actually, I don't think Yae Miko is bad anymore, because one of my main complaints when she first came out, which I made a video about ranting about how she was one of the big problems during that period, was the fact that her special ability made you teleport, right? And teleports did not work properly back then. You would get stuck on random shit like a fucking 1-inch ledge in the overworld. But that doesn't happen anymore. So is Yae Miko still a bad character? Not really. You still have to spam her E skill. Like, I wish you could just hold down your E. Why don't they do that? Why not just make it so that we can hold down our E button and then she'll automatically do her elemental skill again? Yeah, especially if you have constellations. It's hilarious. I've been thinking about, like, if I had all the money in the world to spend on Genshin Impact, I would try to make a team that you could 36-star Spiral Beast with the absolute minimal amount of movement. So it'll probably be some kind of like Hyper Bloom, or just some kind of bloom team. Because I've seen vids of people just walking around with Nilou and everything just dies. And with the new artifact set, that's going to be even easier. So yeah, if I had absolutely no limitations on how much money I could spend, I would do like C6 Nilou or something to do with Yae Miko and just walk around the stage and be like, you're dead, dead, dead. You got her on a single pull? Lucky. I think the earliest pity I've ever gotten, not really pity, but the earliest pull I've ever gotten was like 16 pulls or maybe 4 pulls. No, that's about right. Yeah. I have never gotten a single 5-star in the first like 10 pulls. Or have I? I need to check. I haven't updated my... I don't know what it's called, but there's a service on the internet where you can basically put in your information and see all your pulls. But I'm sure that I've never gotten a 5-star in my first temple. HP defense. HP defense. Useless. Is the banner still up? Yeah, it is. 18 hours. So in 18 hours, and then whatever the maintenance is, we are going to get Scaramouche. Is that right? All the girls must be like creaming their pants right now. Oh god, I'm dead. It always amazes me how much people get excited about like certain characters. Like I don't want to be judgmental, but I feel like there has to be some kind of astroturfing by MiHoYo. There has to be, right? How can people be so excited for a character that they literally create entire subs on Reddit for that single character? Like Dory mains and the Dory sub has to be some kind of bot, okay? Nobody is that excited for Dory. You can't tell me that the Dory sub is not some kind of PSYOP project by MiHoYo. What banners are you intending to pull? Scaramouche, of course. I'm going to go crazy for Dehia. Yeah, like Dehia I can see, because Dehia is one of the main characters in Sumeru, and she's badass, and she's a girl, and she's hot. So it makes sense, in my opinion, for like a loyal following to like collect around her. But what is up with people in Dory? And even Scaramouche, like yeah, he's a main character in the Archon quest. He's one of the few characters that actually get developed in the Archon quest. Have you noticed that? Like there are very few characters that actually get that much attention in the Archon quest. The Archons themselves are one of the few characters who get character development in the Archon quests. I don't know if there are any other characters that get that same kind of treatment. Shenhe was in the interlude Archon quest, right? So she got plot development. There was also no, I don't believe there's any other characters that get that much character development. Child, maybe? There was Child. Actually, no, he's still kind of one-note character. Well, in Asia server, the banner only have 5 hours left. Oh, shit! It'll be interesting to see how much Scaramouche actually sells. Because I want to say that he's going to break records, but I don't know if, like, the fan following around him... Like... Yeah, that's why it's so rare for... That's why I think it's so rare for characters to get plot development in Archon Quest, because the Archon Quests themselves are already pretty self-contained. They're there to get you through the regions, so to speak, right? That's basically what they're there to do. They're there to motivate you to go to the next region and the next region and the next region, so you can explore those regions, get your primo gems, and get back on the treadmill for more characters. But they do develop characters every so often. Like John Lee, we basically spent our entire time in Liyue just like doing fetch quests for John Lee. Raiden Shogun also got... Actually, no, she didn't. She didn't get that much plot development in the Archon Quest. The Archon Quests were actually pretty bare in Inazuma. Most of her plot development happened in the story quests. Yeah, I found myself enjoying the Ara Nara story quests more than the Archon Quest at some point. But although the last act of the Sumeru Archon Quest were like A++ tier for me. Anyways, crit rate, defense, attack, it's okay, I guess. Defense, useless, kinda. I really like this. If it weren't for Genfei, I would like pull more on this banner. I would try to pull more on this banner, but I'm not sure if I'm going to keep pulling after Scaramouche. So, my Goro, the reason why I have Goro is because I want to get a mono Geo team at some point. That's why I have Ito, I have John Lee, I have Goro, I have Ningguang, I have Albedo, I even have Albedo's event sword. Where is he? I don't use you so much that... Oh, why is he all the way up there? So, Because I have Albedo's event sword, and because I have Albedo, I had to pull for Albedo, or else I felt like the sword would just go to waste. And then once I got Albedo, I felt like I had to get Ito, because Albedo is kind of only good in a Mono Geo team. So I got Ito as well. And now I feel like I should get C6 Rogogoro as well, because everything is just sunk cost fallacy. I feel like aside from the world quests themselves, it's kind of appropriate that they're called world quests, because they do highlight the world. Have you noticed that all the world quests have you going to certain parts of the world map? They are there to highlight the world. The Archon quests are there to get you to explore, to give you motivation to explore the world. But the world quests are what actually gets you to like connect to the world, so to speak. Well, I say that a lot, so to speak. And I guess that's why they're called world quests. Makes sense. What a genius.
地之鸦，
Wait,
渴求幽
萌发吧！
天动万象，
剑出，影随，是银剑，呀，
yeah.
日夜换剑，可别打脸，呀，
此乃天道。
Do you guys ever do you think Geo teams will ever be buffed the same way Electro was? Because aside from Dendro, what exactly is getting buffed? Like, how exactly would they buff future elements? Like, is Geo going to have some kind of synergy with Void Element and Omni Element? Seems like a pretty far stretch to me. Pretty big stretch over there. Just my Copium on Overdrive. Not even Copium, I'm just thinking about ways. Any kind of way for them to buff Geo. It's still wild to me that they didn't give Geo some kind of elemental reaction with Dendro. It seemed like such an obvious connection, right? Geo, Dendro, Wood, Earth. You put a pillar down, and then you put some water down, and then it turns into mush. And then you put some Dendro down, and then like grass grows on the pillar. Does that make sense? No, I don't know what that would actually do, but maybe Dendro increased the time, the uptime of Geo constructs. Like, that would be pretty cool, right? That makes sense. You put some Dendro down, and now the Geo construct gets an extra 6 seconds on field. Not that that's like too big of a deal, but it's something. Nilu is a good example of expanding reactions. Yeah. Nilu is actually a really good example of how wide they can actually make this game in terms of mechanics, because they haven't done all that much in terms of changing the core mechanics up by using the characters. But with Nilu, they literally changed an elemental reaction. So my first what was it called? I don't know how to describe it. My first thought when I realized that that was possible was that they could do the same thing with crystallized, because there's no reason why they can't just make like a super crystallized reaction where not only do you get a buffed shield when you pick it up, you can also do damage to characters or opponents or whatever when you pick those up, right? They can just become bombs. There's no reason why they couldn't do that, since they've already done that with Hyper Bloom and Super Bloom. Is it called Super Bloom? I just call whatever Nilu does Super Bloom. Defense, Cryo, Bountiful Bloom. That's just such a mouthful. Attack, defense, healing, useless. How successful do you think the card games are going to be in terms of meeting players' expectations? Or do you think MTash is going to be like, this is bullshit after 2 days? Or is Tectone going to rage about how there's still no end game after like 2 hours? Does it even matter? Not really. People love Genshin Impact no matter what. Although I will say on Google Trends, Genshin is in decline, relatively speaking, compared to how high up it was for the last 1, 2, 3, 4 months. Genshin has really had a very great 4 months, but now it's going back down to the same level that it was when Inazuma kind of stopped giving us content. Yeah. That's what I do anyways. I complain as well. So I can't really say anything bad about them. For the first time since Genshin launched, World of Warcraft and Genshin are going to converge in terms of popularity. Amazing, isn't it? After 20 years, World of Warcraft is still having its high. I don't know what the hell was going on here. Maybe this was Shadowlands. I guess this was Battle for Azeroth. Have you played any MMO? My main MMOs were Star Wars: The Old Republic and update Persona 5 Royal. Why would I need to get update for that? 625.9 megabytes? What the fuck? This game's being out forever. Why would it need an update now? So yeah, I played Guild Wars 2 when that first launched for about 6 months. And then they kind of dropped the ball on in terms of content updates, so I stopped playing that. And then I played Star Wars: The Old Republic religiously for about 2 months. But I've never played an MMO continuously for more than that span of time. It just wasn't my thing. I tried to get into Final Fantasy 14, but maybe I'm just shallow, but the graphics aren't doing it for me. It looks like a PS3 game, which it is. It does get better later on, from what I've heard, from what I've seen. But yeah, my favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy 12. Not Final Fantasy 12, Final Fantasy 10-2. Believe it or not. Not Final Fantasy 10, not Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy X2. The game where the main cast are just all girls. Maybe that says something about me, maybe it doesn't. What game do you think has the best art style? Well, definitely not Persona 5. I probably lost like 10 subs right there. Because Persona 5, when I first saw it, my first impression was that this was a hentai game. And to give you like a straight up very boring answer, the best art style for a game right now for me is Persona. Nope. Genshin. Yep. Yeah, I know, right? A person who plays mostly Genshin every single day thinks the best art style in the world is for Genshin Impact. I think a lot of people like to hate on Genshin for a variety of reasons, mostly because it's so popular, but like if you honestly think that Genshin looks bad, then if you honestly think like there's no reason why Genshin is so popular, then I don't know what to tell you. I think that's like factually wrong. I think the mass appeal of Genshin Impact has a lot to do with the art style. I don't think that can be contested. Like people just like to be in the game. I find myself logging into the game after I've used up all my resin just because the game is so good looking. I will literally just look at the fucking skybox and be like, holy shit, they spent a lot of time on this. They spent so much time just like drawing the stars and shit. Like there's literally a Milky Way in the middle of the fucking sky. And every time that you look up at the sky during the nighttime, it's there. It's like this world where things are just idyllic. Have you guys ever watched that long ass serious critique of Genshin Impact? I don't know what to call it. Serious critique. Genshin. If you guys haven't watched this, I suggest you do this. It's super long. It's like 1 hour and 41 minutes. But I think the part where they talked about the art style of Genshin Impact was very on point, which is that, or at least when they talked about the world. When they talk about how the world is an idyllic place, like this guy calls it idealicism, where everything is just like, I don't want to repeat what he says, but it's just like a more fantastic, but also you wish this world was real. You wish that you could be in this world for real. Because everything is just so beautiful. All the characters are, if not interesting, at least they fit in a place. Like they all have these archetypes that we have already seen in animes. I think that's a big part of it, which is that even though they're not original, they do fulfill an archetype that has already been proven to be true and tested in other animes, which is why I have this idea of having like Sesshomaru in Genshin Impact and like all these other character archetypes from these other games or animes that I've seen and played. Because that's essentially what Genshin already does. It's like a best of all the animes that I've been a fan of in the past, like Inuyasha and Shaman King, and I don't know, all these other isekais that have gone way more popular over the past 5 years than I would like. I don't know if that explains it. And the art style, of course, is mostly ripped from Zelda. So maybe I should say Zelda has the best art style.
Ready? Now then.
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance to strike! Go!
Persona!
This one's weak to electricity. Only one more. Let's do this! Nice job, Panther! We took them all out.
Okay.
He got stuck.
Let's do it! Woo! Looking cool, Joker!
Like, do you guys think that Persona 5 has the best art style? I've heard so much praise for Persona 5's art style, but I go into the dungeons and it just looks blurry to me. Like, they literally have this depths of field thing going on where the sides are blurred, and then you can only focus on like this smaller square in the middle.
What do you think? I am thou, thou art I.
I like the splash art. I like the concept art of Persona 5, but the actual in-game art is really held back by the graphical limitations, the technical limitations of the systems it was on, like for PS3. Like, I'm playing a PS3 game right now. How can people say this looks like the best art style ever? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I can understand if they think that it was the best art style back then on PS3, in the PS3 era. But nowadays,
Your true form.
with games like Tales of Arise, Genshin Impact,
Now's our
even
chance
Final
to
Fantasy VII
strike.
Remake,
Use wind to hit its weak point.
There is no way that this has the best art style. You can't honestly tell me that.
Persona!
Alright.
Maybe 7 years ago.
Yes! Victory! Nice work, team.
New move! What do you think?
I wonder what they're going to do for the combat
Alright.
system in the next
That
Persona,
was so easy.
or
I'm
whether or not they're
yawning.
going to stick with a turn-based combat system, because they already have the Muso Persona game, right? They've already done that, so they've proven that a combat system, an action combat system for Persona already works. So, are they going to just keep using a turn-based combat system because they prefer it, or because that's what people associate with Persona?
Now then.
I'll reveal your true form.
Okay, I'll show you an example first. Zoro, show your might! Use this opportunity to baton pass and swap your turn with someone else. Take my turn!
Okay.
Now strike the enemy's weakness and give the baton pass a try. You powered up from the baton pass. It's weak to electricity. Let's go for that. Cool! Looking cool, Joker. Nice, Joker. Right in their weak. All right, pass the baton and this is our
Persona.
chance. You can hit their weakness.
Up to you.
Pass it on to the second person. Get ready. Dance party. Nice one. Keep it up.
I got this.
One.
Let's go, Captain!
Nice going.
Damn it.
Listen up. Now, let's carry out our plan.
I'll reveal your true form.
All right, the first move is ours. Stay focused. Take my turn.
Hanging in.
All right.
Persona!
The baton pass made you
Let's
stronger.
go, Captain! Counting on
Pass it
you.
on to the second person.
Persona! Don't rush it. There!
Joker took one out. All right. They're all knocked down. That was incredible, Joker.
Yeah. What'd you think?
We all did great, huh? Nice work, team.
All right. Whoa, damn!
Right.
So to give you guys like an example of what I mean by archetypes, fulfilling the archetypes of anime characters, like let's go look at some of the future JRPGs coming out, like Blue Protocol. Do you guys think that Blue Protocol's characters look more attractive to you than Genshin characters? To me, when I look at Blue Protocol, what I see are essentially Sword Art Online characters, like the NPCs that you see that Kirito interacts with, rather than Kirito himself. It feels like you're playing in a world, right? Where you're just one out of like 100,000 schmucks. And I think there's absolutely an attraction to that. It's just a different form of interacting with the world compared to Genshin Impact. But when I look at Genshin Impact characters, like, I don't know, Yoimiya, I feel like I'm looking at the main character of an anime. I don't know if that makes sense, but it just feels like every single playable character that you're honestly paying money for looks like they could be the protagonist in some sort of anime. But when I look at Blue Protocol characters and even AAA JRPGs, like what's it called? Tales of Arise. I paid good money for this game. This was a game I paid, I think it was like $60 60 Canadian dollars for. And even then, with these handcrafted characters, like, what is this guy? This guy is wearing a blindfold, and he's wearing what looks like generic black armor, and the girl looks fine. I could see her being like the protagonist in an anime, but none of these characters are particularly like stand out to me. And when you look at their teammates as well, none of them look that attractive either. They look like somebody put a dart on a pinboard, on a dartboard. These are dartboard characters. They just put all of the traits that you would associate with characters in an anime on a dartboard, and then they just threw darts. And they just look so archetypical. These characters aren't any more detailed or attractive than a Genshin character, and Genshin is free. So again, like, within the area that Genshin is competing in, what exactly would you consider a better art style than Genshin? I don't know. And I think that's a big question, and that's a big problem that future games that are going to want to compete with Genshin is going to face, which is that how are we supposed to develop our own art style that is superior to Genshin's, or at least equivalent to Genshin, where people aren't going to play our game and think, why am I not just looking? Why is this such an inferior product to Genshin? Why does the world not look as attractive as Genshin? And why are the characters so fucking generic? Am I the only one who feels this way? Like this could be any JRPG. They all kind of look like the Traveler. Just a self-insert, kind of. Okay, I get it. Traveler is not a self-insert, but they look like one.
Shadow, what do you want to do, Joker? I'll reveal your true form.
Why can't I control the cat? Mona. Oh shit, I put on auto battle. Okay, that was a bad idea.
Nice work, team.
Okay, so that's what the menu button does in combat.
Okay.
Let's not try that again.
We beat him. All right, let's get going.
What? So I always get confused by these glittery things. Like when I first started playing Genshin, I almost forgot. Actually, I did forget. When I first saw these like glittering things, I thought this was something I could interact with, and this pops up all the time in Persona 5. It's so annoying. In fact, Persona 5 has a lot of dungeon crawling design decisions that seem outdated. ZZZ is also very expressive in terms of design. Yeah, it has furries. That's the one thing that ZZZ is going to be Genshin in. The fact that it has real actual furries rather than fake furries like Kuching. Imagine all the simps who got Kuching because they thought she had cat ears, and then they realized she had only fake cat ears. Like what? Like how? I wonder what the interaction is like for cosplayers and Kuching. Like,
How suspicious.
Like, do they actually try to do their hair up like a cutscene? Or do they put on like cat ears that mimic cutscene's hair? That is such a mindfuck. DZZ feels like an upgraded Persona. Does it? I mean, yeah, in terms of dungeon crawling, it probably does, because it has action combat, and it's kind of like a meta universe as well, where you live in... What am I doing? Oh fuck, I shouldn't have done that. Zenless Zone Zero is also trying to fill a niche, right? Because it takes place in a modern world-esque. It takes place in something that is akin to the modern world, or more similar to it. Albeit more sci-fi-ish. While Honkai Star Rail, it takes place in space. Or more space-esque sci-fi environments.
I'll handle this. You powered up from the baton pad. Let's do this. Let's see that again, Panther.
Fuck! I was supposed to get the Persona.
Panther.
Whatever, just die. When do you guys think Zenless Zone Zero is going to come out? I've heard that it's not anywhere near finished from content creators. Like, they think it'll come out 2024, but that feels like too far away for me. By the time we're in 2024, we're going to go into fucking Natland. That seems way too far away. Or maybe it's just that I want Zenless Zone Zero and Honkai Star Rail to come out next year. I'm 100% sure Honkai Star Rail is coming out next year. But I'm not sure which one I'm more excited for, either Zenless Zone Zero or Honkai. I think just by virtue of it being an action-oriented game, I think Zenless Zone Zero is going to do better in terms of sales. But Honkai Star Rail, in terms of art direction, is the one I'm more excited for.
Joker.
Like, I can totally believe that they took all the veteran art designers and artists from Genshin and put them on Honkai. That game has everything on point.
Joker.
I can see it. Whoa!
Now then.
Wanna get going?
I can feel it. I'll reveal your true form.
Alright. The first move is ours. Two remaining. I'll handle this. Persona! Carmen! Let's see that again, Panther!
Here
Another
goes.
Fawn Pass!
Persona.
Looking cool, Joker! Cool! Now's the time to retreat.
I feel like almost all a Western game releases these days are sequels.
Oh, an impressive
I think the Western
skill.
games industry is so big now, or just the games industry in general, that there's bound to be more sequels. I don't think there are less new games coming out. It's just that the gaming industry is more consolidated. And on the other hand, I actually think that this is something that China could improve in, or any game industry that is not as dominant as, you know, the Japanese and Western games industry is right now, which is that they have more ability to create new IPs
Enemy ahead.
because they have to. They can't just depend on old ones. Whereas Japanese
reveal your
games
true
and Western
form.
games already have so much IP that they can realistically rip off of the same content for forever.
First move is ours. Stay focused.
I got this.
All right. The
Persona!
baton pass made you stronger.
Let's go, Captain!
We're on the ground. Nice going, Skull.
No.
Tear him apart!
Finish him.
Don't come back!
It's a step forward. All right. Man, that was easy.
And it's not like sequels are totally a bad thing. I enjoy God of War Ragnarok. Or more precisely, I enjoyed watching somebody play God of War Ragnarok.
somewhere.
They're good cinematic stories. Just might not be for everyone. Like if you played one of those games, you've pretty much played all of them. And I do think it can get extremely boring when they don't do much to differentiate themselves from each other, especially these AAA Sony games that are essentially just movies. They're the same thing as like Marvel movies. You know what you're going to get into. Nobody is going into God of War thinking they're going to get a riveting, a riveting open world, not open world, but strategic gameplay masterpiece. They're going into it because they like the story. They want to see what happens to Atreus, and see the conclusion of the Norse saga. That's what they want. Like, what do people honestly expect when they go into God of War Ragnarok? Yeah. I need to drink some water. And if you don't play them all the time, then if you play it casually like Genshin Impact, then they'll be good, because you'll forget that you've already played the exact same game 9-10 months ago.
Whoa!
Sure, there could be more innovation, but at this point I don't expect it from major AAA game studios. Wait, I'm back here. Can I go in from the point now? Can I go down? No. I've done this before. Why am I...
Focus.
Oh, right. Other side.
Oh, this feeling. Oh!
Does changing your armor in this game like change your actual outfit? I feel like it doesn't. I don't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Another thing that Persona 5,
Looks
6
like we
can
can use this place to rest.
improve on.
Hey,
To be honest, I complain a lot about Persona 5, but I think the majority of my problem with it is just that it's an old game. It has all of these... It's a very Persona 3... Not Persona 3, but it's a very PS3 era game. Like the fact that you can't
just add
save
this.
anywhere. That auto-saving is not like that big of a thing. And the dungeon crawling as well. The fact that you don't actually get to see the enemy models on the map except for the Grey Knights or the Night thingies. All of these are just technical limitations from PS3 era. It's almost like playing a PSP game and complaining that it doesn't have PS5 graphics, or playing Monster Hunter Rise and complaining that it doesn't have, you know, Monster Hunter World graphics.
listen up.
Focus.
I spotted a
Show me your true form.
All right, the first move is ours. Get ready. Go! Zoro! Now, coup de grace! Zoro, show your might! That was your skill! Anyway. Wow! Wow! I am not that one.
Do you prefer realistic art style or stylized? I like both. I can't say... I do think that realistic art styles are more liable to become outdated very fast. Like, going back and looking at how Witcher 3 looked, or looks now, before it's getting its remake, not remake, but remastered version, it doesn't look nearly as good as I remembered it to be. And that's because it tried to do a more realistic art style compared to something like Zelda Wind Waker. So, okay, so Zelda Wind Waker looks like this. I often forget that I'm, like, a lot of my audience is probably a bunch of Zoomers, so they probably don't know what the fuck Zelda Wind Waker is. But this is what Zelda Wind Waker looks like. And this is what it looks like in-game. And I can still see a game that comes out today looking like this. Right? A game that comes out today could still look like this, and it would do perfectly fine, because it might be an indie game, or it might even be a AAA game. Maybe not a AAA game, but it could look like this, realistically speaking. But if you look at Witcher 3, base, last gen. If you look at how Witcher 3 looks now, Geralt's face almost looks wooden. Geralt's face does not look nearly as good as I imagined it to be in my mind when I first played the game. It looks like how I imagined Dragon Age Origins character models to look like when I was, I don't know, when I was 18 years old. So I played Dragon Age Origins when I was like 12, 13, 14 years old. And now it doesn't look nearly as good as I remembered, but in my mind it still looked amazing. So this is last gen, this is next gen, and this is Witcher 1. This is what Witcher 1 looked like to me. So are they trying to go for more realistic graphics, or are they just trying to go for a more grim dark look? Because I think those two are different. People say that Final Fantasy VII Remake as realistic graphics, but I think it's actually quite stylized compared to some of the more realistic games these days. Like this to me does not look that realistic. Okay. Do you think Final Fantasy VII Remake looks realistic? I still think it's quite stylized. It's obviously more realistic than something like Genshin. It obviously mirrors like real life human proportions and have more realistic facial graphics. I bet you could probably see the pores on their faces when you zoom in on them if you can do that. But it's still not realistic to me. So I like this. And I like how Witcher 3 looks because it's going for this more grimdark art style. And that fits the world that it's in. I also like Assassin's Creed's art style. But it just doesn't age as well. Like when you try to go for this kind of art style, you're going to run into the problem of, hey, in 10 years, people are going to have way more realistic environments, way more realistic lighting than what you have now, and it's going to get outdated. So I appreciate it when games try to do realistic art styles and try to portray that spectrum of like the art design. But I don't enjoy going back and playing those games. You know what I mean? Whereas if Zelda Wind Waker got remastered today, I'd be all over that shit. But even then, Zelda Wind Waker is probably outdated in terms of game design and its gameplay compared to modern Zelda games. But maybe, I don't know, maybe I will hate it as well.
That's a new one, isn't it?
I also think there's the problem of diminishing returns, where games look so realistic nowadays that just by making it more detailed does not make it necessarily a more impressive and better game. It's like AI art. Yeah, there's certain things that I like about AI art. If you want to call it AI art, there are like some portions of internet that will just hate on you if you call AI art. That's not a big deal to me. Like, people know what I mean. AI generated artworks are fine to me as long as they don't impinge on people's like copyrights and stuff like that. But obviously AI art can't do what real humans do.
They were nothing.
Once you zoom in on the AI art, it looks like bullshit because the hands are fucked up. The hands are fucked up, and you know, if it's like an environmental piece, you zoom in on the specific details and it's like a bunch of gibberish. I don't know where I was going with the comparison to AI art, but
Show me your true form.
it's the same like logic of diminishing returns for me.
Show your might.
It's interesting the first time around,
How good I am. It's almost
but do you want to
scary how good
see,
I am.
do you honestly want to just live in a world or play in a world that looks exactly the same as our real world? Is that something you are interested in? I don't know. It's something I like in Grand Theft Auto, but do I want to play a game that has the same story as Genshin Impact in a world that looks exactly like ours? Is that something that I would want? I don't know.
Let's pull back for now.
Okay.
Another generic milk toast cake. I like both.
I have something. Come on, man.
Do you think... Do you think... Do you think... Piece of cake.
I can feel it.
Is this... I see.
Well,
I feel like if a lot of people preferred realistic art to anime artworks, they would have made a gacha game with realistic art already, and it would have been way more successful than Genshin. But obviously that hasn't been the case.
I can see it.
Joker! A treasure chest! Hey, wait!
I can feel it.
And... finished!
Show me your true form.
Alright, the first move is ours! Persona! Use wind to hit its weak point! Nice! Zoro, show your might! It's almost scary how good I am. One more! This is it!
Serves you right.
Who's next?
Yeah! Victory!
All right. I can feel it.
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance to strike! Go! I don't see a weak spot. I don't see a weak spot. Let's do this! Carmen! Almost done! The match! Get ready! Dance, Carmen! You're on the floor!
Serves
You're
you
the
right.
best, Panther!
This is all so sudden. I understand. More importantly, yes, really? I am thou. Thou art I.
You've got a new mask, Joker!
Okay. Come on, man.
Nice. Okay, let's go.
That shadowy.
I'll reveal your true form.
I hope they can tie the personas more into the social side of things in Persona 6. Because right now it's more like what you do in the real world, in the overworld, has an effect on how you can level up your personas. But I always thought it was kind of weird that the kind of personas you have in the meta world, it doesn't really affect how you socialize in the real world. Because aren't these things supposed to be your persona? That's why Joker can wield multiple personas, right?
It's time.
I don't see a weakness. Wow.
It's somewhere.
Yeah, perfect.
Should we check? Wait.
What about it? Are we throwing a rope over that?
Phantom thieves and Good. Seems like it fits properly. That's just a little You'll see what I'm talking. Okay.
Man, oh man, this is amazing!
This is amazing. Nice going.
Hey,
But did it just take
This
control
feeling.
away from me?
Maybe there's a safe room.
show me your
Whatever.
true form.
Should have done it. Persona!
Persona!
Bull's out! We've got to help him! Joker! Are you okay?
Screwed that up.
Let's do this! This one's strong against gunshots. Don't waste your bullets. Persona! How about this?
Come! Silky! You're mine.
They're all knocked down! That was
Let's go.
incredible, Joker! This'll end! Skull's out! Sorry. We've got to help him! Nice work, team!
Okay,
Woohoo! That was hairy.
it's somewhere. Hey, look!
Okay, let's go. You don't have enough.
The slave book.
I'll reveal your true form.
All right, the
Come.
first move is ours.
There.
Persona! Nice job, Panther! We took them all out.
Okay. Piece of cake!
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance to strike.
Persona!
Go! Witness my resolve.
Imagine if Persona had elemental reactions.
2 enemies remaining.
I feel like that would be
Don't let
perfect
your
for this.
guard down.
Oh, actually, it kind of does, but not in the same way that Genshin does, I guess.
Persona!
You do have afflictions and ailments.
Persona! Dance, Carmen! Let's see that again, Panther! Persona! Carmen! Let's see that again, Panther! This is a holdup!
Whatever.
It looks scared. Use soothing words.
Dumbass.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Okay, goodbye, little pixie girl.
Your power's incredible, Joker!
Okay.
Shadow spotted. It's powerful, so let's be cautious.
Alright.
Is there any purpose to actually talking with them?
Well,
Talk to team. What do you want to talk about? How's their progress?
what are your thoughts?
That was very helpful, team.
Shall we go?
Dude! Let's do it.
Come on! Shadow spotted. It's powerful, so let's be cautious.
I'll reveal your true form.
I've heard people say that Genshin's elemental reaction combat isn't actually that great. And I half agree with them, because I feel like they could do a lot more in terms of open world exploration and puzzles with elemental reactions
It's time.
than they're currently doing. Like, I'm surprised there's not really much you can do. There's not really much need to use cryo characters to freeze rivers and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure they've done that kind of puzzle once or twice. But like how in God of War Ragnarok, you need to explode things from far away to explode a thing from farther away. They don't really have that in Genshin Impact. The most Genshin does is that you need to use like a bow character to fire a fire arrow at a totem, and then use like cryo reaction on a not even a reaction, just use cryo on totems.
Use wind to hit its weak points.
Okay.
Come.
I'm pretty sure I have a windy character here. But the combat of Genshin Impact is just good because it's fairly easy to pick up. Well, actually, that's pretty much it. And it feels intuitive. No, like, the biggest what the fuck moment I had was with Dendro, because Dendro's reactions aren't really that intuitive. Except for Dendro reactions with Electro are easy to do, but from a realistic standpoint, like, what exactly is it supposed to represent? It doesn't work like that in real life. You don't put a fucking piece of wood on electricity and then it turns into catalyze or whatever, and then you get aggravate or all that nonsense. What does Dormina do? Chance of sleep. Okay, I don't have windy powers. That's annoying. What about you?
This one's weak to electricity.
Persona!
Do I have electric powers? No, I don't. What the fuck? What else are you weak to?
Something else.
Weak to fire skills.
Okay, do I have fire skills? Great.
Ravage them!
Looking cool, Joker.
Go ahead.
All right, pass the baton and follow up. Stay focused. Show your might. It's almost scary how good I am. Too late for apologies. This'll end it. Game over.
Okay. Ha! Piece of cake! Focus.
How suspicious.
I'm getting some bad vibes.
Oh my god. Why?
Watch out, Joker.
Why is that? Fuck.
We've been surrounded by 3 enemies. Strong ones. Too bad. Yeah, nice one, Panther. Woo! Looking cool, Joker. Nice, Joker. Right in their weak spot. Shadow's weakness is ice.
Come. Silky. You're mine.
Woo! Looking cool.
I'm not even
Joker.
sure if it's difficult puzzles. Some of the puzzles are just kind of what the fuck. Are just like, fuck you and fuck your mom. Like those Sudoku puzzles in Watatsumi, like, the difficulty curve is just too high. Like, they went from shoot your fucking arrow at this barrow that explodes in 5 different places to here, you gotta do actual math. It's like the developers actually just kind of want to say fuck you to the players.
Dumbass.
Okay, you don't want to be my friend, little horse guy. I guess I should just kill you all then.
This'll end it. Witness my resolve. You should have done it. Shadow's weakness is ice. Shadow's weakness is... Shadow's weakness is...
Christmas Persona! Persona!
He's dead.
Skulls out! We've gotta help him!
Why do you always get crit, Ryuji? Is that like your thing?
Persona! Go down!
They're all knocked down! That was incredible, Joker! Okay, guys. Let's do it!
With this power,
I got a new power!
all right. Man, I thought we were done for.
But why did he detect me in the first place?
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance
I've gotta say, when you compare Persona 5 puzzles to Genshin puzzles, I actually prefer the Persona one. Not the Persona ones, the Genshin ones.
Let's go.
Wait,
This isn't it.
Woo! Looking cool, Joker! Nice, Joker! Right in their weak spot.
Give me a break.
Go ahead.
Not over yet. I'll get him. Dance, Carmen! What's the matter? Persona! Carmen! What is the matter? You're so gorgeous.
Just stay there.
Let's get serious! Finish him! A beautiful rose has thorns.
All right.
That was easy.
I don't think I've ever played a turn-based game where the puzzles were really engaging, because they were always unanimously just go find the thingy-mabob in the thingy-mabob in the thingy-mabob. You go to this place and pick that up, and then you put that thing in that some other place. And turn-based strategy games always have these weird fucking gimmicks, where a boss
chest spotted.
is completely
Must be
invulnerable
something good
unless you do
inside.
this simple thing. Just do this simple thing. Use this simple item.
All right.
And level that character up instead of this character. That's something I really liked about Fire Emblem, which is Fire Emblem 3 Houses at least. It didn't feel like I was being pushed in a certain direction for how to level up my characters and which characters to pick. It didn't feel like I was gimped right out of the door just by picking one house versus another house. Whereas in Persona 5, it's like, if you want to beat this boss, you better have this character on your team or you're kind of fucked.
Well then.
I can see it.
How suspicious.
Have you played Divinity Original Sin 2? No, I have it on my Game Pass. Or at least the tracing, Kamoshida's steps, Kamoshida's heroisms, Kamoshida's laws.
Joker.
It's an isometric RPG, right?
Well,
Insert the King's Book, insert the Slave Book.
I see. Is this...
Kiho's name,
Uh,
I guess, is a slave. I have so many games in my backlog. This is just one out of the, like, bajillion.
oh,
I literally have the entire Yakuza series downloaded on my PS5. And I've like played the first one for 2 hours. Ryuji Sakamoto, the vulgar ape.
Damn it.
The beefcake. I don't know, I don't feel like I would call somebody I hate the beefcake.
What does that mean?
now then.
Oh my god, do I have to literally do every single one of them again just because I didn't do one thing right?
It's somewhere.
Slave.
I see.
Got some errands to run. See you. I will see you in, I don't know, whenever you want to hop on the stream, I guess. Have fun with your errands.
Somewhere. Oh. Yeah.
Find the Queen book.
The hell is this room? There are tons of pictures of Suzui in here. Wait, it's all pics of her?
Yeah, definitely. I feel even more motivated to do this now.
I'm sure it'll feel awful, but we should search this room. There has to be something in here if he was hiding it with such an elaborate trick.
I can see it.
It's another map.
Is this a medal?
That size and that shape. I think that's our key. Remember that round indentation we saw back near those bars?
Nope.
Wait, there's something under the medal too.
What could it be? A map.
It's a different map from the one we have. This is lucky. Let's take it with us. Aha! Our map's complete now!
So is it gonna tell us where the treasure is?
Yeah, look. It has to be here.
That's a weird shaped building. Could it be a tower or something?
Considering our current position, I'd say we're about halfway there.
All right, let's hurry over there.
No. Now that we know how much we have left, we can calculate the best way to pace ourselves. Let's keep exploring, but take breaks when you need to, Joker.
Fuck.
Oh, is that?
What's up with that one? It's mumbling to itself, but it's not making any moves.
Be careful. If my prediction is correct, that one's a bit problematic for us.
All right, and I'll go take care of it.
Just be careful.
Come on.
Whoa, what the hell?
It started moving after we attacked it. Looks like it's exactly what I expected. Once we take it down... Hey, you two!
What the? It exploded?
I'll explain later. Focus on the battle for now.
Persona!
one like from earlier. Haphazard attacks on it. It's probably best to take it down fast, but alternately, we could put it to sleep or make it
Let's go. Not this.
Persona! Flip him, Persona! Let's go, Captain!
This is amazing!
I can see it.
Oh. Joker.
All right.
Focus.
This looks.
I'll just add this.
Yes!
I can see it.
Well. What are your thoughts? Shall we go? Let's go.
I can see it.
Joker.
Oh, wait, was that the gym?
I get it. The gym's some kind of holy place for him. He's a god there.
I can't believe he can think like that. Especially after what he did to Shiho.
God, that bastard makes me so freaking sick. Oh, just you wait, Kamoshida.
I see. So you're the ones who tampered with the library. It seems my time waiting here has paid off. Just as that ape there said, this place is a holy ground for our great king Kamoshida. It is preposterous for miscreants like yourselves to come waltzing in like this. You will pay for foolishly defying King Kamoshida with your lives.
I knew this would happen. Well, we don't have a choice. Let's take it down. Look! He's trying to do something! It's important to guard if you think you're in danger.
Struggle all you wish.
Witness my resolve! I don't see a weakness. Awaiting order. I don't see a weakness.
Persona! Ravage them!
You dare!
Hard forward. My other self.
Dare!
Persona! I don't see a weakness. Persona!
You dare!
Persona! Alright.
I don't see a weakness.
Fear and obey.
I don't see a weakness.
Lord.
Shut your mouth!
Struggle all you wish. Hear and obey the word of the Lord. Struggle all
Persona!
you wish.
Incubus! There!
Persona! Ah! Thank you.
Hear and obey the word of the Lord.
Persona! Persona! All right.
Woo!
I will
Persona!
you soon.
I don't see a weakness.
Persona! Agathion! You're mine.
Human, stop and watch.
Ah!
I will be your time has come.
Damn it.
Nice.
It's somewhere. It's somewhere.
Treasure chest spotted. Must be something.
I can feel it.
Treasure chest spotted. Must be something good in.
It's somewhere. I can feel it.
How suspicious.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance to... I don't see a weak spot. Witness my resolve! Zoro! It's almost scary how good I am. I don't see a weak spot. Persona! Team Rabbit! I'll get him! I don't see a weak spot. Let's do this! I don't see a weak spot. What's the matter? You're so gorgeous, Panther.
Persona! Let's go!
Enemy defeated! Go,
Serves
give
you
me more!
right. This!
Finish him!
Slam! All right.
That was easy!
Treasure chest spotted. Must be something.
That's pretty shady.
Joker.
Yeah.
That. Come.
What is this?
Just what I thought. A will seat. Palaces are locations that grew distorted from their original forms due to their ruler's cognition. When such distortions coalesce into form, this is the result. I call it a will seed.
Distortions coalesce into will seeds?
Should I try explaining that again?
Just forget it. That's a will seed. Moving on.
So, what do we do with it?
We take it. It may not be as prized as a treasure, but it's still quite the rare find. Making it ours will only do us good. I think.
Nothing shitty better happen.
Nice. There, as far as...
Huh?
Yeah. Oh,
I am not... I just...
You notice?
Okay, let's go.
oh no! There's a powerful looking shadow.
Show me your true form.
All right, the first move is ours. This one's strong against gunshots.
Persona!
Don't waste your bullets.
Ravage them!
They're all knocked down. That was
Let's go.
incredible, Joker. Finish him. Shadow's weakness is ice. Cut you off!
It's tough.
It all comes down to this. Turn 4, my other self! Panther! Hang in there!
Persona! There!
We're all knocked down! That was
Do it.
incredible, Joker! Finish him!
All right.
Shadow defeated! Let's go, Joker! I can't believe this! We've been surrounded by 3 enemies! Strong ones! Panther's been taken out! Someone treat her! Girl! Persona! It's almost scary how good I am. Time 4, my other self! Sorry!
Persona! Ravage them!
Woo! Looking cool, Joker! Finish him! Only one more. Let's go!
Flip him, Persona!
What's wrong?
That hurt! Persona! That's a big help.
Come! You're mine.
We're all knocked down!
Let's
That
go.
was incredible, Joker! Finish him!
It's a step forward. Okay.
That enemy was pretty good.
One enemy, but it's pretty strong. Persona!
Persona! There!
They're all knocked down!
Do it.
That was incredible, Joker! Okay, guys. Let's do it!
Let's get this over with.
Get right!
Got me! Persona! Ha!
Yeah, keep smiling.
Shut your mouth!
Come! Go down!
They're all knocked down! That was incredible, Joker! This'll end
Okay.
Yeah, we beat him. Let's move on.
Yes. I can see it.
It's somewhere. I can see it. Focus. It's somewhere. It's somewhere. I can feel it.
Then... Wait! Then... Hey, hey! Joker! There's a check!
It's somewhere. One of Kamoshida's will seat. Yes, that's a second will seed. I can see it.
I see.
Yeah. It's somewhere.
This has to be a joke.
You notice?
Actually,
Nice observation.
Focus. Focus. I have something.
Do you think...
Do you think... Joker?
Hey,
Man...
I have something.
Now then. What? No! Time for my persona! Get ready! Go!
Let's go. You're mine. Persona!
Panther's been taken out! Someone treat her!
Persona! Let's go.
all right. This one.
Sorry! Persona! Take this! It's a clean hit! Persona! How about this? I don't see a weakness.
Persona! Accomplia! Ravage them!
We devour you. You annoy
Let's do this! All right.
We devour you.
I don't see a weakness. Persona! Ah! Panther's been taken out! Someone treat her!
There.
Sorry! We're on the ground! Nice going, Skull! Finish him!
And don't come back. All right. Whoa!
Huh? Listen up.
Focus.
Joker!
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance!
Persona!
Go! I don't see a weak spot. Hot forward! My other self! One leg! Time for my persona! Zoro, show your might! That was pure skill! Don't move! Finish him! The end.
Okay. Man, that was easy.
Oh!
Focus. Focus.
Oh no! There's a powerful looking shadow.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance! Go!
Silky! Go down!
They're all knocked down!
Let's
That
go!
was incredible, Joker! Finish him! Have this! That was your skill! Okay, guys. Ready to do it! Hey, shut your mouth! Yeah! Victory!
Okay.
Huh? That was a little too easy.
I see this feeling. There might be a safe room around here.
All right. Let's do it.
Do you need something? Listen up, inmate! We are introducing a for these. Depending on should you we take should
How?
the inmate needs our guidance. Let's execute him. Now choose. Now choose. You can't handle this. You can't handle this. Not terrible, but not impressive. Select the skills you'd like to inherit. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Its power will be nothing unusual. My. Not terrible, but not impressive. Not terrible, but not impressive. You okay with this? I see. A strong persona indeed.
Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive a fraction of power. Then let us begin.
You okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
Will it gain new power? My.
Finished? Are you finished? What? It is time, inmate. We're here. Now what do we do?
I can feel it.
Oh, a treasure chest!
I'll reveal your true form.
What is this? Now's our chance to strike!
Persona! Sakimitama! You're mine.
Persona! Ha! Impressive. Words aren't getting through. What you think? Bye. Now's the time to retreat.
Okay. I'll reveal your true form.
There's a dangerous one in there. Zoro, show your might! It's almost scary how good I am. Zoro! It's almost scary how good I am. I'll handle this. Dance, Carmen! Ooh, very nice. We got an item. Oh, nice. It exploded.
Losers.
Yeah! Victory!
I leveled up. All right.
That's all it takes for me.
Oh no! There's a powerful looking shadow.
Show me your true form.
All right, the first move is ours. It's impervious to gunfire. Persona!
Come. Go down.
We're all knocked down. That was incredible, Joker. Okay, guys, let's do it. Persona, go! Woo! Yeah! I had it. What's the plan? Persona! Ha!
Persona. Ravage them.
They're all knocked down. That was
Serves you right. Let's go.
incredible, Joker. Finish him!
All right.
You're not too tired after that, are you? Don't fall behind.
I'll reveal your true form.
What's human?
All right, I don't see a weakness. I'll cut you off! Persona! Eat this!
Persona. You're mine. Persona.
What's the map? That was incredible.
Losers.
Skull.
Okay. Man, that was easy. I can feel it. Damn it. Hey, look!
Joker. Indeed.
No way, man!
Yes! That settles it.
Show me your true form.
Alright, the first move is ours! It can't take gunfire! Lock and load! Panther, don't move! Cool! What's that shadow so damn happy about? Guess we ought to play along.
What do you mean? I am thou. Thou art I.
Your power's incredible, Joker!
Okay.
When I get promoted, I'll reveal your true form.
Alright, the first move is ours! Use wind to hit its weak point! It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am. The baton's yours! Persona! Carmen! What's the map? You're so gorgeous, Panther. Dance, Carmen! What's the map? You're so gorgeous,
Just stay
Panther.
there.
Cool.
This one seems gloomy. Don't say anything too forceful.
Wow! What'd you think? Huh? Here. Bye-bye.
Let's pull back for now.
All right.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance to strike! Go! It's almost scary how good I am. The baton's yours! Alright!
Persona!
The baton pass made you stronger!
Captain Kidd!
You did it, Skull! Give it up!
Your thoughts.
Now's the time to retreat!
Okay.
Swords.
I'll reveal your true form.
Time forward! My other self! Let's do this!
Persona! Go down! Persona! Captain
On
Kidd!
the ground! Nice going,
Let's
Skull!
tear them apart!
Okay, guys, let's do it! That Panther! Hang in there!
Yeah! Nice! Hell yeah! A new move!
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Okay, we're done. Hurry up and move on.
For real?
Show me your true form.
Alright, the first move is ours. Persona! Zoro, show your might! Witness my resolve! Zoro! It's almost scary how good I am. The baton is yours! Carmen! Wipe the map! You're still in trouble! Dance, Carmen! Wipe the map! You're so gorgeous, Panther.
Cool.
It looks so depressed. Go easy on it.
Really? What'd you think? Oh, that's okay.
Not bad. Not great, but not bad. Let's pull back for now.
I can never tell which one is the gloomy one because they all sound so generic. And some of them sound equally gloomy, to be honest.
Show me your true form.
You'll never get a thing
Alright,
like that.
the first move is ours. It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am. The baton is yours. Persona! Carmen! Wipe the map! Persona! Wipe the map! You're so gorgeous, Panther.
Okay, surely I will be able to do it this time.
Cool.
That one looks pretty gloomy, but don't overthink it. Just go say hi.
Wow. What'd you think?
I'll go out with you just for today if there are no strings attached. If it pleases you, no strings attached. I've got enough on my plate.
Yeah.
Finally!
Wow.
That's a new one, isn't it?
Okay.
I'm 99% sure that whoever made this game watched Digimon and like made these two personas based off of Anja Woman and Anja Devi Woman. And I don't think it's a coincidence they're all both here.
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance to strike! Go! It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am. Get up! They're mine! Alright! The baton pass made you stronger! Wipe the map! You're so in trouble! Panther. Dance, Carmen! Wipe the map! You're so gorgeous,
Just stay
Panther.
there.
Let's finish this! Okay, guys. Let's do it! The beautiful rose has thorns.
Okay.
They were too weak to bother with.
Okay, this is going to sound extremely petty, but one of the worst things about Persona 5 is when you fuse a really hot persona with like another persona, and they turn it into this gross, ugly looking ass thing. And I just feel like, what is the point in life at this point? Like, truly. Really, at least you do not have to worry about that with Genshin.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance to strike! Go! It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am. Take my turn! Okay! Alright! The baton pass made you stronger! Dance, Carmen! What's the map? I'm in trouble! Carmen! What's the map? You're so gorgeous, Panther. Okay, guys. Let's do it! The beautiful rose has thorns.
Okay.
That enemy was...
I'll reveal your true form.
The first move is ours! It's almost scary how good I am. It's almost scary how good I am. Get up! They're mine! You powered up from the baton pass! What's the matter? So gorgeous, Panther. There are 3 enemies. Let's get them. What's the matter? You're so gorgeous, Panther. Panther's in trouble! Someone heal her!
Persona!
Enemy defeated! Skull, give me more!
No, that's not allowed. Yeah. What'd you think?
Yeah! Victory!
Okay.
Joke. Persona! It's weak to electricity. Let's go for that. I'm in trouble. Watch your health.
Persona!
This isn't
It's
it.
weak to electricity. Let's go for that.
Let's go.
Angel! Go down! Persona!
You're on the ground. Nice going, Skull. This'll end it.
Slam!
With this power. Okay.
All right. Go down.
Joker took one out. All right. Curse attacks won't hurt it. Time for my persona. Zoro, show your might. One more. This is it. One enemy remaining. This is the last one. That was pure
Just
skill.
stay there.
Time for some bloodshed. Okay, guys. Let's do it. The end.
All right. Done and done. Let's move on.
You wish to pass on the defeat. Hey.
Well then.
All right, let's go.
What? A surprise attack! 4 enemies! That hurt!
Here it comes.
Oh! The enemy still got the advantage. Give it all you've got!
Persona!
There.
Joker took one out! Alright!
Persona!
Go down.
Woo! Looking cool, Joker!
There.
Woo! Looking cool, Joker!
Go down.
Joker took one out! Alright!
Serves you right.
Let's go.
This'll end!
Okay.
Yeah, we beat him.
I can see it.
All right, a chest.
A powerful enemy. It's weak to electricity. Gun attacks will hit its weakness. Go, go, go! Woo! Looking cool, Joker! Come on!
Go.
It's not over
this.
yet!
Struggle all you wish.
Flip him, Persona.
You did it, Skull! Don't move!
Let's tear him apart.
Finish him!
Don't come back.
Okay.
Man, that was easy.
A safe room might be close. A safe...
Let's do it.
Okay.
I have something.
Oh, a treasure chest! No. Okay, let's go.
is this place? Holy shit! That treasure thing's gotta be in here.
Hey, what is this? It's floating in the air.
That's the treasure. We finally found it. Just hold on a second. I was planning on telling you more once we made it this far. Simply finding the treasure isn't enough. We'll need to make it materialize before we can steal it.
What do you mean?
Desires have no physical form by nature. Hence, we'll first need to make the real person aware that their desires are in fact a treasure. Once they're conscious that their desires might be stolen, the treasure will finally show itself.
But how do we do that?
We warn them. Tell them, we're going to steal your heart.
So we're gonna send a calling card? Oh, that's totally what a phantom thief would do!
Once we do that, the treasure will appear for certain. I think.
That again. Either way, sounds like it's worth giving it a shot.
Our infiltration route is secure. All that's left now is to pump out a calling card in reality, then come back to take the treasure.
This is it, huh?
Damn!
Once we send out the calling card, there will be no turning back. Just let me know when you're ready. We'll head back to the hideout and send out that calling card. Well then.
Hey!
What do you want to do? Let's get out there and explore. Do you need something? The inmate. Let's execution. Excessive power only leads to destruction. You can't handle this. You okay with this? Looks pretty tough. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
It will receive a fraction of power. I see.
finished? Done already? What? It is time, inmate. What do you want to do?
All right.
Well done. Yes! Okay. The
Hey.
Hey! Well then.
Oh.
Okay.
No, it's not always open. That's not how schools work. This is just so you don't have to make a new place for us to go to and save on work. That's not how it works at all.
Hey! All right. All that's left now is to send out the calling card and take Kamoshida's heart.
Couldn't we have just sent one at the beginning of all this?
It's not that simple. A treasure won't stay materialized forever. Once the impression is gone, the treasure will disappear. I think it'll last around a day at most.
The hell? That's like no time at all. Anyways, we can send a calling card right now, yeah? Let's do it and steal that bastard's heart.
Now then. Seriously?
I'll just add this.
Take care.
I'll just add this.
I've been waiting. Tomorrow's finally the day.
So we send the calling card in the morning and carry out the plan by the end of the day, right?
Correct. The effect won't last that long. Are you worried?
Waited too long.
Perfect.
Going to pull this off no matter what.
So, who's going to write the card?
Leave it to me.
Why?
Why? Why wouldn't it?
This is important. Are you sure you can handle the pressure?
I must agree.
I really want to get him good. Let me write it. Come on, please. Gotcha. I got 100 things I want to hurl at that bastard rattling around in my head.
Just make sure it's not obvious who wrote it, all right?
I know.
All right then. Tomorrow it is. You'd better not slack off on this.
I wish Suzui Shiho had a more active role in the story. I feel like that was really something that was missing from the first arc. Or the act, or whatever you want to call this. The first dungeon, the first story arc. Suzui Shiho was really the one who got fucked over, like literally, by Kamoshida. Why isn't she part of solving this thing? Like, yeah, I get it, she was victimized, but I would just wish she had an active part. And even after we solve Kamoshida's problem, she isn't really there in the story. It feels like, given how important she is,
Well then.
as the trigger for all of this, like, maybe she should have been there. I don't know.
Well then. Hey, wait! Whoa. Hey, hey! Hmm. Man. Hey, wait!
Now,
What do you want to do? Hey! Well then.
oh.
Hey! Hey, hey! Oh! What did you say?
A calling card?
I heard it was already posted by the time everyone got here.
Sir Suguru Kamoshida, the utter bastard of lust. We know how shitty you are, and that you put your twisted desires on students that can't fight back. That's why we have decided to steal away those desires and make you confess your sins. This will be done tomorrow, so we hope you will be ready. From the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. Wow.
Not bad, huh? I looked up a bunch of similar stuff online for reference.
Yeah. I know what you wanted to say, but it sounded like an idiot trying to be an adult.
Your logo's a little lacking too.
Okay, you know what? That ain't true.
Did Mr. Kamoshida do something wrong?
Does this mean the rumors are true?
Wait a sec.
Is someone gonna take something from Mr. Kamoshida?
What's with this weird logo? And who are these phantom thieves of hearts people? It got everyone excited, so it's all good, yeah?
Who's responsible for this?
Look at that. A predictable reaction for someone who knows what we mean by distorted desires.
I think it's hitting him pretty hard.
Did you do this, or was it you? Was it you two? So you're playing dumb? It's not a problem. You'll be expelled soon enough anyway. Come, steal it if you can.
Judging from Kamoshida's response, I'm sure we had an effect on his palace.
Does that mean the treasures appeared? We'll be able to get it today, right?
It's not just today. It's only today. The impact of seeing a calling card doesn't last long. And it cannot be repeated. This will be our one chance to steal the treasure.
One day's more than enough for us.
Well then. Let's go.
Come on, man.
Oh yeah! The treasure has appeared!
Man, it's huge!
What do you think? It's just as I said. Now we can steal it. Oh, the shine brings tears to my eyes.
It kind of pisses me off. Why is it so pretty? Isn't this Kamoshida's desires?
Treasure!
The cat's acting awfully excited.
What's wrong? Is something...
All right, that's enough, you stupid cat.
Oh, yeah. Forgive me for displaying such an insolent sight in front of a lady.
You were completely out of character, too.
I couldn't stop it either. To think I'd be drawn to human desires this much. Doesn't that prove that I'm human?
How should we know?
Anyway, you guys need to carry it.
All you do is bark orders. Still, that was easier than I thought. I thought for sure there'd be some insane trap or something.
This palace will disappear if we take this back, right? And Kamoshida will change, too.
That should be the case.
Good. Now's our chance, then.
It's heavy.
To think it'd go so well. I've even found 3 Persona users in the process. My judgment was correct. I made the right choice in making a deal with you. Meow-ha-ha!
All right.
Go, go, let's go, Kamoshida!
Ah!
I won't let anyone take this. This proves that I am the king of this castle. It is the core of this world.
That rat bastard! That's how he sees me, isn't it?
Yo, pervert! Were you waiting to ambush us?
I just made it easier to find you. I'll dispose of you myself. Right here, right now.
That's our line, you sexually harassing D-bag!
What a selfish misunderstanding.
How is it a misunderstanding? You were doing things that you kept in secret from others.
People around me were the ones who kept it secret. Adults who want to share in my accomplishments. Students who have the drive to become winners. They willingly protect me so that we all may profit from it.
Profit?
There are too many imbeciles who don't understand that. Including naive brats like you and that girl who tried to kill herself.
True, she's a total idiot. Letting you manipulate her, trying to commit suicide. And I'm even more of a dumbass for not realizing that. But no matter what kind of fool someone might be, they don't need your permission to live their lives!
Drop the attitude, you mediocre peasant. There is no wrong in using my gifts for my gain. I'm a cut above all other humans.
Above? You mean beneath? You're a goddamn demon obsessed with your sick desires!
That's right. I'm not like you. I am a demon who rules this world!
What the hell?
I'm allowed to do whatever the hell I want! Goddamn no good shitty brats! Haven't you been taught not to point at people? Huh?
Look! The treasure's over there! We should catch him off guard and steal it! Let's attack him and wait for that opportunity.
Shit!
Finally. We can take on Kamoshida himself. We should check its affinity.
Persona! Go down!
Persona!
Persona!
Time for my Persona!
What's with that look?
Persona! Galtheon! You're mine!
Get ready!
You dare strike me! You dare strike me! Utterly useless! That is the spot! Come at me, you pieces of shit! I let you sleep tonight!
He healed himself? Is it from eating one of those things in the trophy? Then we should destroy that first!
Persona! Slime! There!
You dare strike me!
Persona!
You don't know what this is worth, so stop touching it! Don't do it anymore, got it? I've warned you.
When someone tells us not to do something, it makes us want to do it even more. Persona! Take this!
So divine.
Girl's in trouble! Someone fix him up!
Persona! Angel! Go down!
Persona! How about this?
Thanks!
All right!
You think you can get away with doing such a thing? Do you realize who I am? I am Kamoshida! Don't you get it? Like I keep saying, I am Kamoshida! I'm the king!
I always saw you as a condescending hotshot, but right now, you're just a pathetic loser.
We came all this way to steal that. Will you just give it up and hand it over?
Silence! I will let the likes of you have this!
You still have the energy to say things like that? Then we're going to up our game as well!
Let's go.
You dare strike me! I'm the king! If I'm not, then who is? How dare you keep defying me? Looks like I gotta bring out the big guns. Slaves! Bring over you know what? Time for my kill shot from when I was active and rocking it. Kill shot, as in, I'll make the kill! What's the hold up? Where's my phone?
I'm so sorry, King Kamoshida. I have it right here.
Slow, Mishima! It's chuffed.
Mishima?
Oh, wait, what? Why is he here?
Calm down. That's only Kamoshida's cognitive version of him. It's not the real Mishima. Feels like he's gonna attack. Keep your guard up.
Persona! Huh.
Woo! Flip him, Persona!
Good Mishima, now pass it to me. Don't tell me you can't even do something as simple as that.
Here goes.
Behold my greatness! Feel the fear! I can't go all out with Mishima providing the backup.
I think I know why I don't really relate to any of the, well, really most of the Persona 5 characters now. It's because they weren't the ones who were most victimized by their enemies. I think that's why I liked Makoto the best, because it felt like she was the one who really had issues with her sister,
King Kamoshida.
as well as, you know, the person who was trying to fuck her over with the money problems.
Now there's a good girl to good. Yeah, all women should obey my orders like this. Ain't that right?
No way! What's Shiho doing here?
See, both Shiho and
Panther, calm down. That's not the real one.
Yeah, you're right.
the other guy,
This is just-
I've already forgot his name. Both Shiho and Shiho Suzui
Piece of shit.
and the other guys should have been here as our allies, because they were the ones who really got fucked over. I don't know, I just don't really give a fuck about Ryuji's track team problems. He really kind of fucked himself over because he was the one who hit Kamoshida. Even though Kamoshida did a dick move.
What do we do? All right, let's do this.
Hopefully in Persona 6 we should get a sequel with Shiho. and Himara? I don't know what his name is.
Persona.
Oh, let's go.
Ravage them.
Oh my god.
Cool, Joker.
A weakness in a boss fight. That's rare. Alright, I'll just smack you.
Nice, Joker. Right in
Wait, that's weak too? I think she's weak to everything. What the hell?
You got their weakness, Panther. Panther's in trouble. Someone heal her. Let's do this.
Is she really?
Witness my
Or are you just
resolve.
saying that? How'd they get so weak?
Suzuki, toss it over here. If you do a good job, I'll reward you.
Yes, King Kamoshida.
Oh fuck.
Behold my progress!
Oh, we're fucked.
I got too reckless.
Okay.
Focus on support.
New plan, just attack the girl. That's easier.
Looking cool, Joker.
Suzuki was useless. Looks like I have to give her some special instruction later. One-on-one.
Kamoshida, I'll never forgive you.
Sorry, Suzui. I swear we'll beat that bastard's ass.
We won't get anywhere with
Yeah,
brute
we'll
force.
beat their ass. Wait. Oh right, I have to do the thing and go
What do we
climb. Let's go for the treasure.
I see.
But those are the
And
same
then
thing.
Look over at that terrace. While the
Yes,
others
okay, let's go climb
Skull,
it.
are you okay? Watch your health.
Huh. I guess I should use the item thingy.
I'm using it. Playing dead isn't easy.
Nah, you were just dead.
Persona!
Part 4, my other self. Time for my persona. Me, yeah.
Thanks!
What's the matter, slaves? Hurry up and bring me more volleyballs! I can't shoot up my kill shot without any balls! Huh? Am I really out of slaves?
Let's take that treasure.
Should I send someone to do it? We need to see. Should I? Yes.
Time to show.
I can go when... I can...
Time to show.
I can go...
Time to show you my skills. Keep him just. Yup. Attack Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
You're mine.
It's not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this.
Woo!
Attack
Persona.
Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
Go down.
You dare strike me?
It's not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this.
Can we do any more damage?
Attack
Wait,
Kamoshida.
is physical attack better? No, it's not.
You
No,
have
it's
to
not.
distract him. Let's do this.
You dare strike me?
Deal? 52. No. Physical is better for him.
Attack Kamoshida.
Listen up. This school exists because I'm around. You're the only ones who don't respect me, you know?
Do these kind of like teachers and coaches actually exist
It's all
anymore?
going as planned.
It almost
Time to
feels
use
like
this opportunity to take the treasure.
it almost feels like this is copying stereotypes of American high schools. Not saying that the same thing doesn't exist in Japan.
Attack Kamoshida. Keep him busy.
Persona!
Not saying that this kind of
It's not
bullshit
enough.
doesn't
We
happen in
gotta do a lot more
Japan.
damage
I feel
than
like this is
All
definitely
right.
based on some kind of true event or story that I'm not aware of.
Out of the way!
Attack Kamoshida. Keep him
Ravage
busy.
them!
You dare strike me?
It's not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this. Go!
Get ready!
Call's in trouble! Attack Kamoshida! Keep him busy! Keep it up. You have to distract him. Persona! Go!
There we go!
Why does he keep attacking Ryuji? Is that coded in?
Let's go.
Because it makes sense lore-wise. Or is this just
there.
luck?
Give him one more good strike!
You're misunderstanding it all. I haven't sexually harassed anyone. They came on to me because they wanted to get on my good side.
He hasn't noticed a thing here. Good. Just a little more to the treasure.
I won't allow
Call's in trouble! Attack Kamoshida!
Persona.
Keep him busy!
I wonder if this game wasn't PG-13, could they actually just like say rape?
Persona!
Because from everything I've gathered from the story, even though they don't directly say it, it's pretty much just rape, right?
Take this!
Like he raped Miho or Shiho.
Using this!
That's what happened, right?
Attack Kamoshida!
Persona!
Keep him busy!
Okay.
It's not enough. We gotta do a lot more damage than this. Attack Kamoshida!
Persona!
Keep him busy! Keep it up. Persona! Distract him. Eat this!
Flip him, Persona! Persona!
Call's in trouble! Attack Kamoshida!
Persona.
Keep him busy!
Is there one less of you? I know they're missing. Where'd they go?
It's already check and mate.
My princess!
Good. Kamoshida's shaken up.
I think we can do this.
I won't allow
Close out! We've gotta help him!
Screwed that up.
Persona! Ha!
Persona!
Persona! Ha!
you dare strike me! I won't allow
Call's in trouble! Someone
Persona!
fix him up!
You're mine. With this power. New move! What do you think?
This new skill suits me.
I gotta use this next time. What's wrong? Not running away? Why don't you run? Aren't you a great athlete?
It's always been like this. All those goddamn hyenas forcing their expectations on me. I'm doing this all for them! What's wrong about demanding a reward for that?
Now you're making excuses? We'll do something about that distorted heart of yours.
Scared right now? You're seeing the same view that Shiho did. I'm sure she was scared too. Except she had no choice but to jump. What will you do? Will you jump? Or would you rather die here?
Do you want to finish him off? It's your call.
No, please wait. I beg you. Just forgive me.
Shut up. I bet everyone told you the same. But you took everything from them!
I accept defeat. You want this? Take it. Go ahead and finish me off. You do that, and my real self will go down too. You have that right, since you've won.
On!
If his mind shuts down, he can't admit his crimes.
You're kind, Lady Ann.
I've lost. You're through when you lose. What am I supposed to do now? All right. I will leave now and return to my real self. I'll make certain.
Hey, just so you know, we don't have time to waste. This place is about to collapse.
Run!
We're gonna die! We're so gonna die! Hey, what the?
No fair, you jerk! It's been a while, so I just tripped this.
That sucked.
Look at the nav.
The destination has been deleted.
It's true. We can't go there anymore.
What about the treasure?
What the?
A medal? Wait, where'd that crown go?
What's going on?
It means that was the source of Kamoshida's desires. To him, this medal is worth as much as that crown we saw in the palace.
An Olympic medal. So, that perv kept clinging to his past glory and couldn't let it go.
But this means that Kamoshida's heart might have changed, right?
Probably.
Our expulsion's on the line here.
This is the first successful example for me, too. However, there's no doubt that this has affected Kamoshida's personality quite a lot.
I feel all antsy. Ain't there a way to check now?
Right.
Come on, why the gloomy faces? Be happy! We completed this with great success, you know.
We just don't know if everything's okay yet.
I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. Remember how Kamoshida's shadow said that he's returning to his self in reality? We all know Suguru Kamoshida is scum. Still, he did seem to regain his conscience somewhat before he disappeared. There are definitely those who have been saved thanks to what you've done.
Yeah.
Anyways, I guess we gotta wait.
Yeah.
Ah, you're back.
Lady Ann, basically the treasure changes the shape of things. Once that's gone, that power no longer works. Though the real reason I changed quickly back then was because I'm so incredibly skilled. How's that? Isn't that amazing? Yeah, Lady Ann's right.
crowded as ever today, huh? How do you like being packed in like sardines, city style? I bet you've had enough. I don't mean to joke around. I just don't know what to do. It's so awful just waiting for the results, isn't it? It's so worrying. You're right. All we can do is believe and wait. Thanks. I feel better after talking. It's not good to be a downer in the morning. Well, let's have a great day today.
Have you seen Kamoshida? You really think he changed? Damn, this is nerve-wracking.
Oh, perfect timing. Study hall will be held instead of PE today. I'm letting you know just in case you haven't heard. Mr. Kamoshida has taken the day off.
He ain't here?
Don't tell anyone that you heard this from me. But we received word that Mr. Kamoshida is placing himself under suspension. It's such an important time before the tournament, too. Principal Kobayakawa went to talk to him about it, but he supposedly wasn't making any sense.
Wait, a suspension?
Not so loud. The talks about your expulsions may be put on hold, too. I don't know too much about it, though. Anyway, I've relayed what's going on to you.
Looks like something happened. At least it sounds different from a mental shutdown. I guess all we can do is wait.
Well then.
Oh, hey. Wanna get going? Whoa!
All right.
See ya!
Ah, you're back.
Hey!
Next time, then.
Hey!
Hey.
How can I help you?
Hey, hey!
It's finally starting to feel like spring.
Hey, hey! Oh! And finished. Let's head back.
I got a chance to talk to this girl the other day. We had an amazing conversation after I brought up some of the stuff I read about. We're gonna go out somewhere together soon.
Well, don't get ahead of yourself because it happened to go well. Look, knowledge isn't enough. You need proficiency to adapt on the fly. You also need kindness to be accepted, and guts to be honest and direct. Plus charm to draw people to you. The quality of your character says a lot about you. So it's important to better yourself every day.
Really? But it takes so much work. But I'll do it if it means I'll get a girlfriend. I guess I'll start by showering every day. I hear girls prefer a dude who's hygienic.
Hey, this applies to you too. Your hard work may not always pay off, but that doesn't mean it's a waste of time. Working hard helps build confidence.
Everything that guy just said was fake news. Okay. All you need is money. Other stuff helps too, but mostly money. Money makes up for most of those things.
Think you can get by on luck alone? Think again.
Morning!
I just remembered. You.
This is it.
Correct.
Nice going!
Really?
Oh, hey. Hey. See you later.
Where's all the viewers? You're the viewer, dude. I mean, it's to be expected. Like, I'm not even playing Genshin right now. I'm playing Persona 5. Why the fuck would people want to watch me play Persona 5?
Ah, come on.
Not to shit on myself or anything, but people don't even want to watch other actually popular Genshin content creators play non-Persona, non-Genshin games. Why the hell would they want to watch me play Persona 5? It's a 60-year-old game. I'm not even sure if it's that new. It could be 8 years old. Oh, all the interesting Genshin discussion was in the first hour. And then everybody left after I started playing Persona 5. I mean, at this point, we're all just waiting for the card game to come out and for patch 3.3. I've already, like, farmed everything I need for... Oh, just some card game stuff. Nothing too phenomenal. There's nothing really to say about the card game. We're just waiting for it to come out. It's literally going to come out in less than 2 days. I think for Asia server, it's like in 10 hours or something. Crazy. The Asia server literally gets it like 12 hours before North America does. I would make an Asia account, if only because to get the content faster, but you know, I don't actually want to play with shitty ping. Because I'm a stickler for ping. Like, if the ping goes above 100, I will not play the game. I will literally just consolidate my resin and wait for the next day. I feel like people are just being a bit doomer on the card game at this point. Like all of the bad things to be said have already been said. I just want to see my cool characters in card form, dude. I've been playing this game for more than 2 years now. I should check HoYoLab to see, because HoYoLab does tell me how long I've been playing this game. Where is my profile? Personal homepage. Wait. Should be over here somewhere. Bench Gamer. America server. I don't... Oh, no, so you're OG like me. No, I'm not OG. I played in 1.1 or 1.2. I did not start from the very beginning. In fact, when Genshin was really advertising this game with all the fucking ads, I was so pissed off because it just looked like a Zelda clone to me. And even though I am Chinese, like my first impression of this game was that it was just a shitty Chinese Zelda clone. Sad to say. I am not unbiased in terms of my gaming interest and my tastes. And frankly, most Chinese games look like shit to me. So it should say here, 675 days active. So that's what? That's pretty much 2 years, like, right? I forgot, how many days is in a year? A year is 365 days. Oh my god, I need to Google this. I literally forgot. Oh my god. Okay, so it's almost... Okay, fine. 364 days on the leap years. But basically, I've been playing for almost 2 years. I played in 1.1 or 1.2, I forgot. But I didn't even do the events until it was like 1.4 or 1.5. I forgot. I should actually check Genshin versions. Because I can tell from what event I did when I started playing. So, a new star approaches. I think I actually started in 1.1. Because that's when I got John Lee. I definitely remember the Chalk Prince and the Dragon. I definitely remember the Chalk Prince and the Dragon, but I did not do any of these events. All that glitters, didn't do that one. I skipped 1.1 event, 1.2 event, 1.3 event. I only started doing events in 1.4 because I just had too much stuff to do like in the actual game. Like what I did was I got to Liyue, right? My first impression of this game was that it was going to be a very fast game, that there was not going to be a lot of content. So by the time I finished the Archon quest in Mondstadt, I was going on the forums asking, oh my god, am I done with the game? Is there going to be any more content? And then I literally just randomly discovered Liyue. Or at least Mihoyo wants to think I randomly discovered it, but I was probably led on path somewhere. And by the time I discovered Liyue, I was pretty much done with trying to do the Archon quest. At that point, I didn't realize that the story would be actually, anything to write home about. And if you ask certain people, you probably still get the answer that it's not. But at some point, I realized that this game really was better than average. And I was logging into it every single day. And that happened around the time of 1.4, I believe, when I started doing the story quest for John Lee. The first story quest... Oh, thank you. The first story quest for John Lee, when we dealt with Havria's, the god of salts, problems, and that entire story quest, was when I really felt like this story was going somewhere, and it was really deeper than I had given it credit for. And that's when I started doing the Archon quest in earnest. And that's when I felt like this game had a future, as weird as it is to say. I don't really get that feeling for a lot of games. Like, with MMOs, the only MMOs I really played were Star Wars The Old Republic and Guild Wars 2. It just felt like those games, even though they were free to play. And Star Wars The Old Republic wasn't even free to play. You had to pay a monthly sub. It felt like those games were updating at a pace that was slower than Genshin Impact. And that's still true today. Most AAA live service games cannot keep up the same content level as Genshin, for better or worse. The only people who really complain about lack of content in Genshin, in my opinion, are hardcore players and content creators. If you look at a lot of the content creators who are not... You found me through Erotic Walrus? I started streaming like 2 weeks ago. So, my original plan was to stream every single day from 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific time. Because I usually don't go to sleep. In fact, I go to sleep, actually. I wanted to correct my sleeping schedule so that I woke up at around 5 a.m. like I did when I went to school. But then I realized, one, it's winter, so it's cold as fuck, and I don't really turn the heating on that high up. So at that point, when I started streaming, I think this was like when did I start streaming? I started streaming on November 7th. So that was basically a month ago. My plan was to stream every single day for about 5 hours. From 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. And soon I realized that that was not feasible. One, because I'm not in school anymore and I don't have the motivation to actually get the fuck up out of my bed and to stream regularly, especially not for Genshin, which is frankly something I enjoy, like in a haphazard way. I like to play it when I want and to just log in and do my dailies and get the fuck out and do something else, which doesn't really work for streaming. If you think about it, Genshin is a really bad game to stream, and I didn't even realize that until I tried to stream it, because what I do is I go in, I do my dailies, and I log out, and then I log back in again. It's not... Dude, this channel is nothing like a full-time gig. Are you for real? I don't make any money on this channel. It's only 761 subs now, I think. Yeah, it's literally only 761 subs. It's not even 1,000. You can't even monetize your channel until you have 1,000 subs. Okay? So before you even think about making money, I like both of the channel's insights. Oh, you make Erotic Walrus? Dude, you can't even compare my channel to Erotic Walrus's. He does so much. Like, he literally makes a video about Genshin every single day. It's insane. Like, that kind of consistency is like, it's very Genshin-like. It's actually very MiHoYo-like. I make a video maybe once a month if I'm lucky. If I feel like it, if I have the motivation, if I feel like what I'm saying has some kind of value, then I make a video about it. If I don't, I just don't say anything because, like, for example, the card game, earlier in the stream, somebody asked if I was going to, not this stream, but yesterday's stream, somebody asked if I was going to make a video about the card game because the advanced rules are out and the basic rules are also out. So, you know, it's content, I should cover it, but like, who the hell actually needs to see this stuff? Nobody needs to see a guide from me. I'm not a hardcore card gamer in the first place, and I don't want to treat this game like a hardcore card game. It's not designed to be. And I'm sure that once we get into the game itself, it'll do a decent job of explaining its rules to us. So, what I like to talk about is basically what goes on outside of the game, for the most part, and how the game relates to like our experience playing it, if that makes any sense. The experience of playing Genshin Impact is what I'm interested in, not how the game is actually played. That made no sense to me. Anyways, I've been playing this game for 675 days. What is that in years? Wait, is it really 675? Wow. So 1.84 years. Yikes. And that's not even like all the time I dedicate to Genshin, like all the time I put into Genshin by browsing online and going on forums and going on Reddit. And I'm pretty sure I skip at least like 2 or 3 weeks in there. Because there are sometimes I'll just forget to log on. Is there anything you particularly like about my channel? Like, what? I don't think my channel is that like Erotic Walrus's, is it? Or is it? Because I don't think people watch me for the haha funny stuff. Yo, Lukewarm Banana. I remember you. You've been here on my stream for like 3 or 4 times already. Nice, a new record. 2 people watching. Amazing. So my current goal is to get to 1,000 subs. Once I get to 1,000 subs, I'll be able to monetize it. And which really doesn't mean anything if you think about it, because it's not going to be like I immediately start making money. Like 1,000 subs, what am I going to do? Monetize my videos by putting ads on them? Who the fuck is going to watch my videos if it's going to have ads? And honestly, let's be real, you guys are all using ad block as well. If people are smart enough to be watching my videos, they're using ad block. I wonder if there are like specific channels that target younger audiences or audiences that are younger so that they don't use ad block and they're like actually not smart enough to know what ad block is. There's also the chance that I'm like insulting 1 or 2 of you because you're not using ad block. I also like Genshin discussions. I don't watch guides or tips, tricks, videos anymore. Yeah, I almost feel like they should cater to... Your channel is the next closest thing to Erotic Walruses. Dude, like, I remember watching a podcast that Erotic Walrus was part of, and they were like talking about the skin color issue, and I was like, holy shit, what if I was on that podcast? I'd be the odd one out, because I think I don't know if anybody remembered this, but I made like 3 videos talking. Wow, it's not even 3 videos, it's actually 4 or 5 videos. Oh my god. No, it's not. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I made 5 videos talking about the skin color issue around Sumeru. And then I watched like a podcast about not about that, but that Erotic Walrus was part of. And when they got to the part about the skin color issue, I was like, oh my god, if I was part of that podcast, I'd be like, so awkward. Because their opinion was pretty much not exactly the opposite of mine, but the way they treated that issue was something that I would probably be pretty awkward about. Not saying that my channel is different from Erotic Walrus's. I think the main difference is that his channel is just higher quality, to be honest. And one, I don't expect this channel to make like any sort of money, to be frank, like at least at this point. Because if you look at the frequency of my video uploads, like what is this? 3 weeks, 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. What is this consistency? It's not there. I don't even have, like if you go to Erotic Walrus's channel, or really any major channel, you'd realize they all have a template for how they do their thumbnails. I literally change how I do my thumbnails like between every 3 or 4 videos. I don't even have the same highlights for the letters. Like this one has a black and white surrounding the highlight on the letters. This one that has only a black highlight. This one only has a black highlight. I should probably have put a white highlight around the letters because it doesn't go as well with the dark background. And then you have this, which is also black and black and black. Oh, I think I just switched to black for most of the highlights. Yeah, it's definitely a Genshin focused channel. It's just not something that I was taking that seriously a while ago. And I think part of streaming more regularly is just an attempt to make this something more serious than it was in the past. Like I need to at least get into the habit of streaming. Roris was not OG and he has talked about his journey on YouTube. He likes a small community so he can have community discussions. Yeah. At this point, I just like I like talking about Genshin Impact. It's the game I enjoy the most. I'm very upfront about that. Genshin Impact is literally the best game in the world right now, in my opinion. I feel like that I've almost been gaslit into saying the opposite, where like I'm so afraid of saying that Genshin Impact is a good game. But yeah, I like talking about Genshin Impact because why wouldn't I? It's the game I enjoy. And I'm not sure what exactly it means to have a community. Like there are people who respond to my community posts, and there are people who comment on my videos, but it's my channel is just not big enough at this point to say whether or not like what the community is going to be like. So I don't know if I'm just being cautious or being humble, because I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty afraid that after I go back to Taiwan, if you didn't know, I'm going back to Taiwan, or going to Taiwan, I should say back to Taiwan, because Taiwan is not really where I live for the most part anymore. But I'll be going to Taiwan in 1 month, and I will probably be taking a break from streaming and content creating and just talking about Genshin Impact on YouTube for about 3 months, because I won't be able to, or at least I won't be able to stream, because I'm using a 2 PC setup right now. I'm using my laptop on the left, which is where I'm watching the chat right now, and then I have my PC on the right, and then in the background I have my 50-inch 4K TV hooked up to my PS5, broadcasting a Twitch stream right now. Yeah. And then when I go back to Taiwan, I'll probably only be able to play on my laptop, which is fine. Like, I'll still be able to play Genshin Impact, but the streaming experience is not going to be anywhere ideal. Like, I've thought about being like trying to stream on my laptop, but do you know how that would work? Okay, so one, I wouldn't be able to look at chat because it's only it's only on a laptop. So I wouldn't be able to look at chat on my laptop. And two, I would have to make sure that the stream, like, the upload rate is decent, which is pretty much impossible in Taiwan because I'm going to be hooking up my laptop to an internet connection at the top of my fucking house to a hotspot that is my phone. Because for some reason, my neighborhood decided to tear out all the routers and all the fucking hotspot places so that there is no signal except for at the very top of my house. So what I've done for the past few years, every time I went back to Taiwan, is I've put my fucking phone at the top of my balcony. where it can actually get a signal from the fucking satellite, and then I beam that down to the bottom floor where my laptop is and where my mom's phone is, and that's how we get our internet signal. Because fuck me if I have to pay. Well, I don't have to pay, but my mom has to pay for like 24 fucking months of internet subscription in Taiwan while we don't even live there for the vast majority of the time. So that's not going to work. Yeah, streaming with one screen is hard to look at chat. Can a laptop output to a second monitor? So if we do get a decent internet connection, it could technically work by me just looking at chat through my phone if I have a second phone. So what I could do is I could stream on my laptop and then look at, and then I would have to use my own phone as the hotspot on top of the balcony, and then I could use my mom's phone to look at chat. So you see the problem here? The problem is that it's pretty much not going to work. Yeah. So I've thought about that a bit. And what is most likely is going to happen is that I will just be taking a break from streaming and making videos, which is not like the biggest deal in the world, because if you look at my output, like what is this, right? I have put out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 videos in the last 3 months. Worst case scenario, I just missed out on like 8 videos. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. And from what I've seen online on the schedule of the patches, I might be able to fit 3.4 into like some kind of like video. I might be able to fit 3.4. I might be able to talk about 3.4 if there's anything to talk about when it comes out, because I'll be leaving in sometime in late early January. So 3.4 comes out when I think it's the 7th or 8th. Who knows? I might be able to still be able to pull on I'll hate them, because he is still the character I want most for Sumeru. I don't even consider Scaramouche a Sumeru character. Do you guys consider Scaramouche a Sumeru character? I feel kind of bad for Sumeru, because their characters, like, there's been all this discussion about how Sumeru characters don't look like they're from Sumeru, not even in terms of skin color, in terms of like the dress and all that shit. But then you have like a whole ass Inazuma character in there, and he's like the most hyped up character in all of Sumeru. Like, what the fuck? I'll be interested to see how they hype up characters. Yeah, I don't consider Scaramouche a Sumeru character, just like I don't consider Child a Lear character, because they're not. I think he's a Inazuma character. I'm thinking he uses Inazuma Ascension materials. I have all... Okay, I should probably just quit right now, because I'm probably not going to keep playing for... I should just save this for first. Okay. Okay, no, I can just quit this. That doesn't... Yeah. Right, so I'm not really sure though. Haven't looked at his leak kit or anything. Well, his entire kit is already out. We know what he's going to be like. He's gonna do like normal attacks. I think he's going to be a normal attack focused character. Did you guys like his demo? I've seen a lot of talk on Twitter about how, well, mostly just Fob Master, because I was watching Fob Master's stream when The Wanderer was released, and he was like, oh my god, this looks like something that a fucking university or high school student made. And honestly, it did kind of look like that. But I still really liked it. I loved the music. I loved how it matched his personality, I guess. Not really his personality. It just had so much symbolism going on, and it looked like a very fitting demo for an Inazuma character. And it reminded me a lot of Raiden Shoguns. I agree it could have been a higher budget, but it was supposed to hint at the fact that his memory, or the memory of Scaramouche, has basically been erased from Inazuma, or not Inazuma, but Teyvat people. Because the Fatui did not recognize Scaramouche. And they also talked about how Scaramouche and Kunikuzushi, or I don't know what his name is, but his other Japanese name, were just gone. That those identities don't exist anymore. So the obvious implication is that Scaramouche is no longer a thing, and he's just going to be called Wanderer. I wonder if we are actually going to be able to name him ourselves. And I can already see a bunch of fucking memes coming out, like Scaradouche, Scaramouche. my Twitter has really gone off of Genshin Impact. Like there's a whole bunch of bullshit that's not about Genshin anymore. I specifically made this Twitter account just to focus on Genshin. You didn't watch this demo? Okay, let's watch it right now. I should really print my Twitter someday. Birds.
Hey, you there. We heard this.
I have to pull for Scaramouche because one, he's the only he's the last character that I will actually be able to pull for before I go back to Taiwan. I keep saying go back to Taiwan. I should just say go to Taiwan. Oh god. But yeah, he's going to be the last major character that MiHoYo releases for Genshin before I go back to saying that again. Before I go to Taiwan. So yeah, I have to pull for him or else there's nothing to talk about. And also, I lost my 50-50 to Nahida. So now I have to make up for it by pulling for another hyped up character. I wonder how his sale is going to be because you know how there's the meme that Genshin Impact is just for waifu collecting, but you gotta admit, a lot of players are women, a lot of players are girls. This game is super popular with girls. I don't think it would be nearly half as popular as it is now if it weren't for fanatic girl fans. And they're all into Scaramouche. And then you look at the guys and they're like, Tecton's like, no, I'm not gonna pull for him. I'm not even gonna pull for him. Podmaster's like, I don't know if I should C6 him, and probably all the other it's so strange because I never thought it would be this big of a divide. But seriously, all the male content creators are like, I'm not gonna pull for him. Whereas Ashikai and Chill with Aster and probably a lot of other female content creators are all about Scaramouche. I don't understand why. Yeah. I don't understand why he's so popular. I'm a guy. I get the fact that he's a little emo boy. But is that really something that is so sought after that, you can get all these girls into crazy... It's like a frenzy. Oh my god, I should probably keep watching this.
There's an inn near here. Gonna need you to show us the way.
Japanese music. Let's go.
Won't ask twice.
Okay. This is a really shitty nitpick, but I hate the fact that they try to use Fatsui members as something to be intimidated about because let's be real, we killed these guys in 2 seconds. They really need to get some higher up enemies that don't get mobbed.
Two big strong Fatui asking me to be their chaperone. Is this some kind of joke?
Think you're funny, do you? You'll regret that!
Sure I will. The wind rises.
Did you guys notice that these letters pop up? So the last time we saw these letters pop up was during the fight with Raiden Shogun, I believe. Because these letters, these Japanese, not really Japanese, these are fake Japanese. I learned Japanese, so I know that these are fake ones. These are fake Japanese letters that are based on, Japanese alphabet that appear in Inazuma. The last time these appeared on screen like this was, I believe, the fight with Raiden Shogun at the end of the Archon quest for Inazuma. And then all the wishes for the visions in the statues appeared, and that was how they were represented. I thought that was pretty cool. It's like a melding. It's like a melding of Raiden Shogun's demo with something that is, I don't know, more godlike, I guess. Because obviously, actually, it's more demon-like.
The wind rises. look forward to that. Sadly, you won't be there to see it!
Holy fuck, I just forgot I'm muted. So yeah, basically this part is where everybody is supposed to get hyped up. And all the emo girls and emo boys are supposed to be like, holy fuck, this was me when I was in elementary school when I wanted to be Sasuke. And now they're supposed to think, oh my god, we gotta show our money now. Gotta take out our wallets and break the bank account. Yeah, so none of the letters you see in Genshin Impact are based on are like real Chinese characters if you're in Liyue, or real Inazuma, real Japanese characters if you're in Inazuma. They're all based on their respective real world equivalents, but they're not actually like the actual language, you know. If you looked at Liyue characters, then it's not Chinese. That's not actually Chinese. Like, and if you go to Inazuma, it's not actually Japanese. And if you go to Sumeru, it's not actually Arabic. It's just something that looks like that. I don't know what to call it, but it's basically like a fake language that they made. And I think that's really interesting because we don't really get the idea. We don't really get a sense of the languages, different languages being a thing in Genshin Impact and Teyvat. But apparently, canonically, it's actually a thing. We just hear English. We just hear them say English.
What a waste of space. Just as useless alive or dead. You were looking for trouble. No one to blame but yourselves. Huh? We're done here. Next time you're looking for directions, I suggest you find your own way.
I have to say, I think Scaramouche is one of the few cases where I think the in-game model actually looks better than splash art. It's almost the exact opposite case with Albedo. With Albedo, his splash art looks amazing, particularly his hair. But then when you go into the in-game model, he's like this dopey looking kid. I don't know that was a fake Japanese Nice Insight. Yeah, because when I played Persona 5, I was like, holy shit, I can actually read this shit. And it made me feel so validated for taking Japanese class for like 4 months back in university. Alhaitham looks cool, but since he's Dendro, I'm not sure what I think about his playstyle yet. Yeah, Dendro is still kind of a black box at this point because we don't really have a melee Dendro character, do we? We don't. Every single character so far has, except for Take Nari, is basically just there to apply Dendro. They're not really there to actually do damage on the field. I almost forgot that Aggravate and Spread were actually a thing, because Spread it's not really that focused on. Everybody is just like, well, let's just do the catalyzed thing and then we can do our electro damage, and that's the main that's what Dendro is there for. It's just there to buff electro. But the opposite works too, right? We could literally have a main Dendro DPS and then have a supporting electro character. That could be a thing. So I'm really looking forward to what Alhaitham brings to the table. I hope he's like an on-field DPS. I think he looks too good to not be an on-field DPS. If he's literally just a fucking support, just like Nahida, then I don't know. I don't know what Mihoyo is doing. I think Nahida, what do you find character appealing worth pulling for top 3 criteria? Huh. I should probably go back to my Genshin tier list that I made, like... Well, I didn't make this, but... How is this still here? How the fuck is this still here? This was such a misleading thing, like, a couple of years ago. Not a couple of years ago, but a couple of months ago. What do you find a character appealing worth pulling for? My most important criteria is that they're hot. Yeah, that's basically it. That's number one criteria. Number two is probably that they have an interesting playstyle. Number three is that they're strong. That's basically all I look for. Nahida can be a main DPS. Her EM scaling is insane. I enjoy the 3D art of Genshin Impact. Dude, that's like 80% of why people play Genshin Impact. So for me, it's their design story. You have no idea how big Genshin Impact is outside of the game itself. Like this was something I didn't realize until pretty far into Genshin Impact. Like when people started talking about how like all the Comic-Con cosplayers were dressing up in Genshin like outfits, that was when I realized that Genshin was really making it. And I think Erotic Walrus made a really good point that MiHoYo is trying to like they're trying to spread Genshin Impact in the real world rather than making this game, you know, they're not all just trying to make this game just a better thing within the game itself. They're doing all these collabs with like OnePlus, making like a Genshin phone cases. They're trying to do these made not really made, but cosplay cafes. And then you have all the cosplay, of course. There's so much to it outside of the game itself. Some people who do art for Genshin Impact don't even play the game. They just like drawing Genshin Impact characters because it's what gets the most views and what resonates with people the most. Where is the tier list? Oh, 3.3. Okay, what characters do I... Is this really all the characters? I feel like there should have been more. Why is Kazuha still kind of scuffed here? He doesn't have his own profile image. This is 3.3, right? Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, Genshin does not do a lot of that overseas. Especially, their number one customer base is, of course, China, and then number two is Japan, and then number three is probably Southeast Asia. Although I don't know if their spending is as stupendous as in North America, because obviously North America is a bit richer. So I think North America, United States, just in general, is still the number three spender in terms of revenue overall. But I think in terms of popularity, it is definitely much more popular in Southeast Asia relative to how it is in North America. So those are the places they focus on the most. I have not been able to find anything about that I can buy about Genshin in Canada. I wish there was. I wish I could buy Genshin figurines if I was rich. I probably would not right now because I'm poor as fuck. Sure. This is the tier list for what I find most attractive. Diluc is a solid B. He has red hair, but his expression is boring as fuck, and that's part of his character. I just don't dig it. Beto is hot, though she's at least an A. But I find her playstyle completely boring, and it's too finicky, so she gets an A. Right, one more criteria for being worth pulling is how meta the character is. If Kazuha wasn't such a good support, I wouldn't roll for him and would save for the waifus. So if I was basing Kazuha solely on his aesthetics, he would be an A, right? He would be an A. But because he's both good in open world exploration and as a support and as a meta character, he is honestly like an S tier character. He's just that good. He has a good aesthetic. He is popular with the fan base, both from a lore standpoint and a gameplay standpoint. I think Kazuha is actually the perfect character that MiHoYo has made so far. This is a combination of attraction, aesthetics, lore, pretty much everything that goes into a character. Ayaka, she's like, she's a B. She's a B. What did Ayaka actually do in the story? Can anybody actually tell me? I don't know what she did in the story. She literally just met us in Inazuma. That's all I remember. And she did the dance. She did the dancing. She dates the traveler and she did the dance thing. But she's a really good character, so she gets a B. But she's not that good, so she doesn't belong in A. She's just a B. She's probably better than Diluc, I guess, because she's not an OG character, and OG characters, especially 5 stars, are probably not that good anymore. So I guess she's better than Diluc. And she's also a girl, so automatic win. Chong Ying, I love his design. I think he is a really well-designed character. I think in terms of aesthetics, he's actually up there with at least Beto. But he's a guy, and number two, he's not that great. He's only basically useful if you have Shenhe C6, because Shenhe C6. Well, actually, that's not true. Yeah, it's just my personal opinion. Don't hate me, okay? I think he looks as good as Kazuha. It's just that his kid is not all there. And I feel like he only works if you have Shenhe, because then you can do a whole bunch of cryo. And then you buff cryo as well, and then Shenhe can buff his ult, all of that. I've seen his card. His card in the game is actually pretty good. Doesn't she head up the planning initiative for Inazuma festivals? I don't know. If I don't remember it, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure that she did something in the event in the Iridori festival. I'm sure she did something in the Iridori festival, but it's an event and I can't go back and play it, so I have no idea what she did. And honestly, the Iridori festival was kind of snooze fest, not gonna lie. Aside from just establishing, I feel like the Iridori festival was only there just to establish Ayato as a character. I don't remember anything that Ayaka did. So anyways, Chong Ying is a solid B. Because he can do something, but he can only do something if you have Shenhe. I need Shenhe. I've been saving so much for her. Hopefully I could get some constellations for her too. You definitely need Shenhe C1 for her to feel like a complete character, I feel like. Because her passive basically incentivizes you to use her elemental skill twice. And you can't do that without her E, without her constellation 1. It's not even a buff. It's not even like a numerical buff. Like some character constellations are literally just make this thing do more damage. Shenhe isn't like that. To get the most out of her kit, you literally need C1. Ayato's screen time has just been really boring, not gonna lie. Yeah, I read a lot about how people didn't like his story quest because it focused on the politics. And I agree. For me, it's not the problem. Politics is not the problem. It's the fact that none of these NPCs are worth a shit. And you know that they're not going to matter in the overall story. I really hope they kill off a playable character soon, because I think this game needs more consequences and more like gravitas to the story, and I think they need to establish that not all characters are safe from death. Anyways, Barbara is a D. She's a girl, but she just looks average, and her kit is stupid. Imagine freezing yourself as part of your kit. Anyways, Amber is I think Amber is better looking than Barbara. Traveler is a C because he doesn't talk. Albedo is a B because his kid is whatever. Also, Albedo is a B. Actually, no. I would put him in C, but he's lore important, so he's more important than Chong at the very least. It's as bad as Yanfei's story quest. I didn't even realize Yanfei had a story quest. That's how little I know about her. Kokomi design is an S, but her story is fucking stupid, and they fucked up the Archon quest. And I don't know what, and her story quest wasn't that great either. So she's like at the most she's an A. What about Barbara with her new skin? Isn't her skin just like a summer skin? I fucking hate summer skins. They're just so archetypical. It's like a fucking anime skin. And it's a free one as well. I hate how they handled the relationship between Watatsumi and Inazuma. I still don't understand if Watatsumi is part of Inazuma. Like, literally, it's just another part. It's literally separated from Inazuma. I don't think it even is part of Inazuma. They just pretend it is because it's supposed to be part of that region, I guess. Sino's kid is absolute dog crap. Like, I was on so much copium. I can't believe I pulled for him. That was such a waste. I only pulled for him because I'm OCD and I have to pull for characters as soon as I get Primo Gems. Also, the double crystal pack was reset, so I got to spend my money there. He is a solid C. His kid is too shit for me to care about his aesthetics. He's still better than Traveler, though. I think Watatsumi and Inazuma is supposed to reflect the southern part of Japan and mainland Japan back in history. The Ryukyu Islands, I think there was bad blood. Yeah, I definitely think that was. I definitely think that was what they were going for. I really liked how they tied in like the Greek history and the Greek culture into Watatsumi. I found it really funny that Watatsumi is basically like, what if Greek people converted to Japanese culture after they arrived on the mainland? That was really cool. I really like how they combined different elements of each culture and they like melded it into a different history, a different story in Genshin Impact. It doesn't feel like every region is simply just Japan or just China. Even Inazuma, not even Inazuma, even Liyue. A lot of people say that Liyue is literally just all China, but Age the Haw's name is based on a Persian dragon. I think it literally just means dragon in Persian, and I think that might be because Age the Haw apparently like originally came from Sumeru. I think that might be the case. His name is something different in Chinese, I believe. It's like Da Tuo or Da something. I've heard Age the Haw's name in Chinese before, but it honestly sounded like a big shit to me. Like it literally sounded like Da Tuo or something. I don't know. I really like Watatsumi World Quest though. The Enkanomiya Watatsumi's World Quest, actually all the World Quests in Inazuma were great. The Enkanomiya was great. Deep lore too. I did not like Enkanomiya. I did not like exploring Enkanomiya. It was so depressing. And the puzzles were so confusing as well. Watatsumi definitely is unique. It definitely felt like a different place from the rest of Inazuma as well as the rest of Teyvat. And I hope we get the same thing in Sumeru as well. I hope that the next few regions we get that are going to be the equivalent of like of the Chasm and Enkanomiya for Sumeru, I hope they're not all just the repeat of the underground bullshit. I think I have had enough of underground areas. I do not want to go underground anymore for the rest of Genshin Impact. And if they do make me go underground, they have to give me a map. I don't want to do this shit anymore. It's played out. All right, so Ganyu, she has a boring personality, but she's a Coco goat and she's hot. Also, she's meta, so she gets an A. Fiona, I don't hate her the same way that other people do. Like I've heard that people hate the fact that she's just like this little girl who is good at making wine, but she hates wine because her dad gets drunk or something. She's okay. She deserves a B. Kaya is hot. Like even as a guy, I think he is probably the most attractive male character in the game. I will probably renege on that opinion later on, but he is definitely. His kid is also really good. It's just that people have a hard time getting constellations for him, even though the constellations are not that great. But his kid is amazing, so he gets an A at the very least. He is better than Ganyu in my opinion. Venti is a little kid who I hate his English voice actor. I hate him. I hate him so much. I hate his English voice actor. His Chinese voice actor is okay because he actually sounds like somebody who is not like a little shitty brat. But if I were to like give him a tier based on different voice actors, if it was his Chinese voice actor, it would be at least a B. If it's his English voice actor, I'd give him a D. Lore-wise, he's important, but I can't imagine playing the end game of this story while having to listen to Venti give important dialogue. I'd have to put him in B. He's definitely better than D-Luke at the very least. Speaking of C1 Shenhe, Yelan C1 is another one of those cases where she just gets completed. I don't think Yelan is as bad as Shenhe because Shenhe's passive literally says you have to use your elemental skill twice to get the full effect. But Yelan is up there as well, where she just gets super strong once you get C1. Yelan C1 was one of my first non-limited time 5-star characters. C1 Yelan is so fun and world exploration because you can just run across the map, especially useful in Sumeru. Yeah, Sumeru Desert area was the first time I felt like I needed a mount in this game. When somebody first suggested that you could get mounts in Genshin Impact, I was like, why the fuck would you want a mount in Genshin? You literally have teleport points all over the place. But if all the places in Genshin are going to be as spread out in the future as Desert Sumeru, I can definitely see I can definitely see mounts being a thing in the future. Her passive has two different effects, right? If you hold down your E, then you get one effect, and then if you just tap your E, you get another effect. So effectively, you need to use your E twice to get the full effect. So that effectively means you need C1 to make full use of her passive every time. If it were me, Bennett would be in S tier. His Japanese VA fits in a lot better than the English VA. So what I've always said about the English VA is that the highs are very high. The voice actors that are very good, but then you have a very, very low where the English voice actors just either do not get the voice direction they needed, or they're literally just not fit for that role. And they sound like completely different than their other voice actors. Kuching does not have that problem. I find that Kuching's voice actor in English and in Chinese are both very similar. Are quite similar, at least similar enough that I don't really care. Who's your favorite character in English VA? Definitely John Lee. Okay, so Kuching, she has an A plus S plus 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 tier design to me. She is probably the best OG character design in all of Genshin. I like her voice actors. None of them are really offensive. Her Chinese voice actor is okay. English voice actor is okay. Her skill and ultimate are fun. She gets an S for me. As for my favorite English voice actor, that would be currently John Lee. His voice actor is really nice. I don't know as a person. I'm just saying that his voice is nice. So John Lee, again, I would put in A. 1, he's a guy. 2, I have a hard time rating John Lee because I think the one thing that has made Genshin less fun for me in the long run is getting John Lee. And I think he's a trap. He's a trap that most new players should avoid. If I had to redo something in my Genshin career, it would be to skip John Lee. Not because I think he's a bad character, but I think he literally takes out the need to do mechanics in this game. You just don't need to dodge anymore. And every time I take damage, I'm like, why the fuck did I not use John Lee's E? Why did I wait so long to use his E instead of, actually just dodging? So, his design is an A, in my opinion. It's not too complicated, but it fits his character very well. He has like these dragon scales on his coat. So that reminds you that he's like in Chinese inspired character and that he's an Archon and his form is actually a dragon or something. His elemental skill and ultimate are both pretty damn good. It's just that they take the fun out of the game. So I'll give him an A. He's worse than Coco Goat because he takes the fun out of the game. At least with Ganyu, you need to aim, right? At least you need to aim. You need to know how to aim. And that's hard on mobile, okay? It takes skill. Yelan is also an A. I think her design, I'm not that big of a fan of her design. I like her coat, but I feel like she's too out there. I feel like I don't like her archetype of being like this spy investigator girl. I've never been a fan of that archetype in any anime or game. So I'm incredibly biased in that regard. She is sexy, she is hot, she has a really fun kit, but you gotta be honest. Like her kit is literally just Xingqiu 2.0. So I think she is worse than John Lee. I'm a huge fan of her design, but her story is we were basically useless in her story quest. I don't even remember what we did in her story quest. Didn't we get some Fatui guys? We beat up some Fatui guys, right? We went into this dungeon place, and then we found like a Liyue person who was cooperating with a Fatui. I think that was it. I'm not too sure. Yinfei is almost an S design for me. But if you notice her horns are floppy. They're not real horns. They're like fucking pillow. They're like fucking styrofoam made horns. When she walks, they like flop around like a bunch of fucking tubes or something. And her kit is just whatever, so she gets a B. So kit and stupid ass horns. she's at least better than Fiona. Survivability with Hu Tao is also near impossible without Zhongli. Is that so? I don't have Hu Tao, so that is not surprising to me, to be honest. But yeah, I guess that's true. Doesn't Hu Tao work with other shields though? I feel like she would at least work with some other shields. Another bad thing I don't like about Zhongli is that he makes all other shields seem like shit. If you want to play a shield character, if you want a shielder in your team, you have Zhongli that automatically makes every single other shielder worthless. Because they're not ever going to be as good at their job as Zhongli. So why would you take them instead of him? Like he literally makes Xing Yin and all these like. Why would you want Yin Fei as a shielder on your team when you can just have Zhongli? Or Noelle. What is the point of Noelle with Zhongli? Actually, Noelle can heal and she can also use a shield. But again, why would you need to heal when you have Zhongli? You can just tank all the damage. And if you have C6 Zhongli, you don't even need to swap him out when you fight the fucking Ruin Wolves because you can just heal when they hit you. It's so weird. Don't you find Genyu hard annoying to play without Zhongli? You can't charge the arrow. I've seen people play Genyu without Zhongli. Mtash does. So yeah, Yelan below Zhongli. Yunjing. Yunjing's video, the first video I made that went what I would call viral was about Yunjing's traditional opera, Chinese opera singing. So I have Yunjing has a special place in my heart. I think her design is almost S tier, similar to Yelan, but it's not really quite up there for me. I think her voice direction is very good, both in Chinese and in English. I think her opera singing is obviously very good because it's done by a professional and it's unique. So I think she gets an A. She's above Yelan for me, but not quite S tier. Lisa? I feel like Lisa has a lot of potential. Hello, Wisebreed Gaming. Wait. If you're here, then that means somebody else left. Yunjin feels more like a mascot than a character for Genshin Impact, much like Nilou. Both of them are cultural mascots for their respective regions. Yeah, I definitely feel that. Nilou? I can't believe so many Persians on Twitter play Genshin. I never realized Persians played Genshin in the first place. It's like they all came out of the woodworks and started talking about the cultural inspirations of Sumeru, of the Persian Empire on Sumeru. The moment Sumeru got announced. So you guys, I know this might be a controversial opinion, but have you guys noticed that both of the major gacha games that are like era defining, I would consider Fate Grand Order to be the previous most profitable gacha game of all time, right? I don't think that's a controversial opinion, but it's already being overtaken by Genshin Impact at this point, I believe. And both games have very heavy real-world inspiration from real-world cultures. Obviously, Fate Grand Order takes inspiration from heroes and real-life historical figures, from our but our historical cultures, and Genshin does the same. I think Genshin would not be nearly as popular if it was set in a setting like Tower Fantasy, even though Tower Fantasy could have done a lot better if it was actually like a quality product. But I think even if MiHoYo had made a Tower Fantasy game with the quality of Genshin Impact, I don't think it would be nearly as popular as Genshin, because Genshin takes all these real-world, relatable cultural aspects and puts them in Genshin Impact and turns it into an anime-esque setting. Without that kind of relationship between you and the setting, like, there's no immediate connection. Like, a person can just look at Yunjing. A person can just look at Yunjing and be told, wow, that's Chinese culture, that's Chinese traditional opera or whatever, and be like, oh my god, I should get her because I like Chinese culture or I like Chinese opera. Sure, why not? It's something I can get nationalistic about, or I don't know, appreciate another nation's culture. Let's get that character. And then all the Persian people can be like, oh my god, Sumeru, that takes inspiration from my culture. I love this place. I love Nilu. Which sounds ridiculous when I say it like that, but that's literally what it is. And that's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. But, you know, it exists. That factor of attraction to Genshin Impact exists. Yunjin feels more like, yeah, I already read that. Yeah, I agree. If Shield had an HP bar, why the fuck do Shields not have an HP bar yet? Why? Why? We have shield bars for Fatui. We have shield bars for enemies. Why is that not a thing for our playable character? It doesn't make any sense. But then other shields may be good with Hu Tao, but the moment other shields break with Hu Tao will die, especially as you go through Abyss. That's true. See, again, that just means that Zhongli is the best shielder. I mean, you guess you can play freeze comp with Gang without Zhongli, but those teams are expensive to build. I guess it's not so bad with Diona, right? Diona does a decent job of shielding. I find the problem with Diona is that her shields don't last long enough. Even though they can tank damage, they just don't last very long. Fate Grand Order also somewhat fetishizes some of the most erotic cultural design looks at Scheherazade. Really? Am I gonna get sent to YouTube jail if I search her up? Scheherazade. What are you guys talking about? Is my safe search on? Hide explicit. Is there anything I should? Okay, I see. So yeah, this is the FGO version of Sumeru characters. Do you guys like this compared to Nilu? I'm not making any judgment calls. I like this too. I think this is great. My fear is that some of the things I'm saying might give off the idea that I don't like this kind of stuff, but I do. I do like this. I think there's room for both this and Nilu and all the Yungjings. This is all good for me. There are also some even more sexualized characters like Uzatian FGO. Like, look at this shit. It's a like you honestly think Genshin Impact is the most is the worst offender of like sexualizing little kids? You honestly think that? That's nowhere near true. Even if you think it's weird that all the little kitty characters are female and that sometimes they show some weird spots on their tummies and on their legs, it's still not nearly as bad as FGO in my opinion. It's not nearly as bad as FGO. It could be better. It could be better in a lot of ways. But the reason why people complain about this stuff and they say all the like Genshin players are pedophiles or something is because Genshin is the most popular anime game of all time up until this point at least. Speaking of Yunjin and Nilu being more of a mascot, I think Ayaka is the same. Yeah, Ayaka was literally the player mascot, the mascot of Inazuma in the character Traverse Travail. They can strike the fine balance between erotic design with aesthetic and practical design together. Those are the best kind of character designs, especially when they have symbolism. Which characters do you think straddle that line very well? I think Raiden Shogun is actually a very good example of being very sexy and having cultural inspirations as well. I don't think it demeans Japanese culture the same way that a lot of people argue that these Scheherazade FGO. Nobody talks about Raiden Shogun demeaning Japanese culture the same way that people talk about Orientalism and, you know, these Egyptian Persian designs being demeaning. Eula somewhat? Maybe Yayamiko, Shenhe, and Raiden Shogun. Oh my god, Shenhe is hot in all the right ways. I give her an A. Or no, S tier. She is S tier. She came out in the same patch. Oh my god, I have to sneeze. Okay, I'll be back. I need to take a piss as well. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. You can definitely see the cultural inspirations in Shinhe's design, but she's also hot in a very modern way with like her black latex clothing, or at least it looks like black latex clothing. That looks like some kind of velvet, silky kind of clothing, and then you have all these like ties, these knots on her whatever this is, this little flap thing covering her breasts, and then you have all these like Chinese symbolism and all these cords. Oh my god, she's just so good. I do not regret play. I do not regret pulling for her at all, even though I literally never use her. I still do not have my full cryo team. I have an entire C6, not C6, but I have two 4-stars, two 4-star cryo characters, completely leveled up with Constellation 6 as well as Shenhe C0. And then I also have Ayaka, but I have none of them artifact farmed. It's so bad. Yeah, it just makes so much sense. Like you see this and it has all this cohesiveness to it. I don't know how to describe it. But you look at this and you think Chinese inspired, sexy, modern, very elegant character that is reminiscent of a crane. And then yeah, that's all there is to it. She's an S tier character. She has a good kit. She makes useless characters like Chong Yun actually do something. She is, I think Keqing and Shenhe are equal to each other. I am 99% sure the Hydro Archon is going to be based on Seal. Or Sealy. It's probably pronounced Seal, but Seal Honkai. So at the end of the Sumeru Archon quest, Nahida described the Hydro Archon as having a very interesting personality. And as we all know, Seal in Honkai has 2 personalities. So that is definitely a hint at something. She might not be like 100% an XP from Honkai of Seal, but I'm definitely sure that she is related to Seal in some way. And I think it would be really cool if we finally got an Archon who did not use like a fucking spear or a catalyst or a bow. I want a sword using character. I think it would be really cool if the Hydro Archon was the first Archon to use a claymore, a Hydro claymore. And Bruna is definitely the Cryo Archon. Yeah, I hope the Cryo Archon is not short though. I hope. Isn't there like a tall Bronia, Honkai Star Rail? I feel very uncomfortable talking about Honkai because I have not played this game a lot. I've played this at most like 10 days. So this is the Bronia on Honkai Star Rail, whereas Bronia in Honkai Impact. Honkai Impact looks like this. So I'm definitely not as big of a fan as the Honkai Impact Bronia as I am of the Star Rail Bronia. If she looks like this, I'm totally all for it. But I think I'm all spent on little kitty characters. Not that I'm like against them, but maybe we could get a character that looks more adult-like at this point. Anyways, Seal, definitely a fan of her design. I can already see her being the Hydro Archon. Like if you look at her, she has all this bluish, almost pinkish design going for her. So yeah. It would be even more awesome if she used the Scythe. Like, what if she was a sword character, but then she transitioned into Scythe, just like Raiden Shogun uses a spear, but then she uses a sword. Who knows? That could be something that they tie into it. Like, we all know that Catalyst users basically just use anything as a weapon, and the Catalyst is just the excuse they have for Hazel to, like, use her fucking fist to punch the air. Okay, so going back to chat. I wasn't able to get her because I was taking a break when she was out. You mean Shenhe? Yeah, I got Shenhe the moment she came out. I feel like I just pull for characters that I feel like look good. That's exactly what I do, and then I never use them in the game. Shenhe is definitely not a meta character, but, you know, the aesthetics are what's important. Fuck the game. Wonder what the Hydro Archon... Okay, so cover that. Seal is also very close to Bronia in Honkai, and Bronia is definitely the Hydro Archon, the Cryo Archon. Do you play Honkai as well? Again, I've only played Honkai Impact for about 10 days. I cannot speak to what the gameplay is like. I don't know who the majority of the characters are. I've seen the cinematics. The biggest relationship, the most important relationship between me and Honkai Impact is I've come to realize that MiHoYo puts a lot more effort into Honkai Impact than they do into Genshin. You've all seen the Alicia trailer, right? The Alicia Honkai. Where is the cinematic? You've all seen this, right? This is amazing. This is way better than anything that Genshin has ever put out in terms of cinematics. And it only has 1.6 million views. And it was at only like 700,000 last time I checked a month ago. If this came out for Genshin Impact, this would have like 9 million views, 9, 10, maybe even 15 million views. They love Honkai Impact. They love this game. It's their fucking baby. And because it's way less popular, and because frankly the game is way less polished than Genshin, it doesn't get nearly as much attention as it probably deserves in terms of the lore department. I definitely don't think the lore for Honkai Impact is any worse than Genshin's. Definitely gonna try hard. Does the Cryo Freeze team with Shenhe, Ayaka, Kazuha, and Kokomi do enough damage at C0? I have no idea. Do not ask me for damage matters. Do not ask me about meta. I do not know. I'm the guy who tries to finish Spiral Abyss floor 12 for 5 hours, only to realize that I did it with an entirely other team that I thought would never work once I checked Hoyo Lab. If Hydro Archon is CO, then Hydro Archon would have a close ties to the Cryo Archon. I hope we get more matchups. I hope we get more cooperation between Archons inside of the game, inside of the lore, and they don't just stay in their respective regions all the time. I want to see the Pyro Archon go to like Sumeru. I want to see the Hydro Archon go to Liyue. I want to see like Raiden Shogun and John Lee interacting with each other. I want to see all this shit. I don't want them to just stay in their own regions anymore. We have enough characters, we have enough Archons for them to have like buddy ups. I'm not even sure if that could work lore-wise. Like, I feel like there must be a reason why they haven't gone to war with each other. There must be some kind of like pact or system in place where they don't try to kill each other, right? It's really weird to me how they don't really cover that. So you like the adult female character model? I prefer adult female models because there's just more to look at. There's not much you can do with a small kitty model, right? One of the big problems with Nahida is that there's just not much room on her model to display cultural stuff. I think they definitely could have done it, but you can only do so much with just such a little tiny model. The Focalur's leak looked more like Durandal. Who is Durandal? Was there a leak? Wait, has she already been leaked? Who is Durandal? Okay. Oh my god. Well, I can definitely say I'm more of a fan of Seal. So if she looks like this, maybe a slight disappointment. Whatever. Again, all the leaks, all of this is speculation. They already put Yae, Sakura, and Sue in Genshin. I won't be surprised if they put the rest of the Flame Chasers in the Genshin. I definitely think Alicia Honkai is probably Alice in Genshin. They might even be the same person or versions of the same person. Like, there's so much talk that Himeko from Honkai is literally Himeko, the Archon, in Genshin. I don't know if that's true. I don't think we're going to get that kind of crossover ever. But here's to hoping for the Honkai fans. I don't really have any big preferences. Like, if there is a literal crossover of characters between the two worlds, I don't think it would break my mind. I just hope they introduce it in such a way that it makes sense for Genshin, because a lot of Genshin players don't play Honkai, and it's going to make absolutely zero sense to them. And I think MiHoYo is aware of this, so I don't think they're going to do anything completely stupid. like if they're going to mention Honkai characters within the context of Honkai and Genshin, then they should have introduced that first. Introduce the context of that first. Yeah, it already makes sense to Honkai. It just doesn't make sense to Genshin players. And Genshin's player base is way bigger than Honkai's, and you're going to get a lot of confused people if that happens. Do you think MiHoYo stopped releasing skins, or do you think they will only release it in slow patches? So much money can be made with skins, but why do you think they release skins so sparsely? I think they release skins very sparsely because they want to tie them into events, right? So they want them to make sense lore-wise. For example, Diluc's skin is based on his previous tasks, his previous occupation as whatever it was he did. But I don't think that's that good of an argument anymore because we have summer skins as well, and that's not really related to anything lore-wise, is it? We didn't really get a summer event when the summer skins came out. Or did we? And I forgot. Who knows? Anyways, back to the tier list. Lisa, she gets a solid A from me. I love her voice actors in all languages. She is lore important, but she hasn't really proved herself to do anything in the lore. She's also hot, so she's a bit below Yilan for now. But she will probably go up in tier list once we get some more story from her that actually makes sense and it isn't just theory crafting. Raiden Shogun is an S tier, but below Shenhe. No, actually, what? I feel like I should put these two are equal to each other. I think Raiden Shogun is definitely above them, though. I think Raiden Shogun is actually above them. She is almost as perfectly designed as Kazuha, in my opinion, because she espouses Japanese kimono like culture. She just like, you look at her and you think Japanese anime waifu. She's the perfect Japanese waifu. Genshin is most definitely one of the many reflected universes. In Honkai, they explain why is your comment being censored, show? I feel like Raiden Shogun would have been in A or S tier for me, but because her character in the main Archon quest. Oh my god, I forgot about her Archon quest. Yeah, she's definitely not above Shenhe. I forgot about her Archon quest. Her first Archon quest was so cringe. No, she is not above Shenhe. Fuck her. In fact, I'm gonna... No, she... They fucked up her story in the Archon quest so much. You know what? She doesn't belong in S tier. She's an A. Remember when people thought Yelan would look like Fuhua? I'm glad she's not Fuhua because then we can get actual Fuhua in the future. Because I want her. I think she is one of the best. She looks like... I don't think people thought Yelan would be Fuhua. I think people thought that Shenhe would be Fuhua. Obviously, neither of those two happened, but I can definitely see her coming in the future, and that's why I'm excited for that. Anyways, back to tier list. Layla, I don't know anything about Layla. She's a sleepy girl, and I haven't played around with her that much, but her design is pretty cool, so I guess she gets a B. She's above Venti because she's pretty. I don't want her to change. She looks perfect in my opinion. Oh, she will change, but depending on how they do it. I feel like her design, especially her OG design in Honkai, is a bit too simple for Genshin, but I might be wrong because I'm not as clued in on Honkai lore as Genshin. I totally forgot about Raiden's Archon quest. She definitely does not belong in S tier. In comparison, Kazuha got so much development. He got his own story quest. He was lore important in the Archon quest, even though it wasn't handled that well. He got his own event quest, his own event dungeon. He looks cool. He's meta. He's good for open world exploration. He's everything. Xingyan, I think her design is at least an A tier, but her kit is like D tier, so I think she's above Diona because I think she looks prettier and she's not a little kid. Zhongli is based off of Adam from Honkai Impact AFO. I don't know what Honkai Impact AFO is, but a lot of people talk about it, so I feel like I should know. And I'm almost at the point where I should just pretend I know what it is, but I don't. And it's quite the significant change. If they change Fu Hua in this fashion, I guess I would still be fine. Just make her look good. I feel like I'm such an ignorant when it comes to Honkai. I've got to be honest. When I first started playing Honkai, it just did not feel good on PC. Their PC port is complete shit. And the game would honestly be way more popular if they did a real PC port instead of making me use my fucking keyboard in a nonsensical way. Like it honestly, the keyboard layout for Honkai Impact on PC feels like it was made back in the early 2000s. It feels like a fucking Flash game, okay? Why the hell is Stream Elements censoring your post? It literally says their PC controls this shit too. I think you got censored because you said shit. I gotta turn this shit off. Klee's Chinese voice is S tier. The character itself is extremely cute as well, but her kit is shit, so she belongs in A. I guess she's above. I think she is above Lisa and Yelan, but she's not quite close to Yungjing yet. So she is A tier. If I had more than like 8 viewers at the same time all typing in chat, there's no way I would be able to do anything about the censorship. So I basically I will have to turn that off in the future if I get more viewers. Mona, even in her censored form, she is still extremely hot. Her design is S tier. Her kid, I have no opinions about. I don't actually play as her. I don't know anything about her kid except that she buffs things. So she belongs in A tier, I guess, below Lisa. Wait for Raiden's story question number 2 to make up for it, given the internet is so disappointed with story quest 1, just like John Lee. I was really happy with Raiden's story quest 2. But I was happy about it in the way that I feel like it should have been part of the Archon quest. And they should have just scrapped the first part of her story quest. It was completely irrelevant. In fact, I was more interested in the NPC. The NPC guy who was going to marry that girl in the... Wasn't that the guy who was featured in the first part of Raiden Shogun's Archon quest? I was more interested in him, the guy who got beaten up by the Raiden Shogun, than I was in the Raiden Shogun. The NPC was literally more interesting and more badass than Raiden Shogun. That was literally his story quest. Meanwhile, Raiden Shogun's just like, I like Dango milk. Forgive me for lockdown and shit. By the way, that community post I did really pissed people off, and I think it was because I compared Raiden Shogun to Xi Jinping or something. Because one of the things I saw on Twitter was that there was this girl, or at least I think she was a girl. She's probably not, but she had a Raiden Shogun profile picture, and she was complaining about lockdown in China. And I was like, do you not sense any kind of irony? The fact that you have a Raiden Shogun Twitter profile picture and you're complaining about lockdown? Like, you know, your character literally did not give two shits about the people, right? And then you just got convinced into a lockdown by a bunch of foreigners. It's just so bad. Raiden Shogun is not the smartest person in the world. Let's just say that. I was rooting for the NPC more so than Raiden. Yeah, exactly. Raiden Shogun is hot. She is well designed, but she's just not it. Anyways, Sarah Kujo, her design is an A for me, but her kit is just not fun. So B tier. I'd say above Chongying. Ningguang, S tier design, should have been a 5-star, but she throws rocks around and her kit is very clunky. Her jade screen also gets destroyed way too often, and I feel like that's really annoying when I'm fighting against bosses. So she gets nixed to S tier or A tier below Mona. Jean is such a generic design. I've seen her compared to Saber in Fate, but I feel like that does Saber a very big disservice. Her kit is also kind of boring, so you can use Mona in Morgana team. Take some actual skill though, and I still don't understand how to use that team. See, the problem with discussing meta with me is that at least with Erotic Walrus, he gets a copy of every single character, right? That's what he does. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he does that, right? So he knows how to use these characters. I am not like that. I don't get every single character. So you saying Morgana to me is like, I'm guessing that Morgana means Mona or Ganyu or something. I don't know. But I just don't know all of the tactics. I don't know all of the team comps. Even in my current character roster, I don't have enough time or enough energy to farm for. I literally don't have enough resin to farm for all of the characters and team setups. And I'm not the type of person who goes online and looks for these meta strats. So Jean, kit's kind of boring. Outfit is just so. She gets a B. She is below Albedo. And maybe even below Sarah. I think she's below Sarah. Yep. There she goes. Hu Tao S tier design. Kit is Hu Tao fun to use? Is that something people think about her? Or do they just like her because she's meta? It's so weird that Hu Tao. You'd think that Hu Tao would be more important in the story because she's connected like life and death. She literally embodies the difference, a connecting point between like this realm and the realm of death. And I think that has something to do with her eyes. Like if you look at Nahida, I think it's interesting how Nahida also has like blossoms in her eyes. And Hu Tao has the same thing as well. All these characters with like flower eyes are so weird. And doesn't Clay have the same thing as well? I'm not sure. So Hu Tao is an A tier for me, above Yilan. Yeah, above Yilan. Nahida, her design is like a C. I've talked about this before prior to Sumeru's release, but I think her design is probably one of the worst out of the Sumeru roster. But her story really put her in S tier. She is literally the only Archon who gives a shit about her people. And she helped the Traveler. So she gets an A for me. Very, very low A. Below even Ningguang. Actually, that's too much. I think she's above Ningguang and Mona. She gets to be here. Noelle. Noelle is unfortunately a C. Boring kit. Made me waste so much time farming for her, only to realize she is just a mid character at the very best. And an actual trap that MiHoYo set up for you so that you will feel the need to spend money in the future. She's just so awful. She's worse than Traveler. Toma, I don't know anything about Toma, except that he is apparently good for Burgeon teams now. His design is so generic. He's like Child 2.0, but worse. Because it's not his design is exactly worse. Like if he came before Child, I would say he would have at least an A tier design. His animations are really cool. I like that he has these horn things on his head, at least on his bandana or whatever it's called. But his kit is just so bad. Except for Burgeon teams now, I guess. So I will put him in B tier, below Diona. Hu Tao is meta, but she's also very, very fun to play with. Great kit. I've heard that Hu Tao needs at least a C1 or C2 because of her charging attack. Her charge attack apparently needs a constellation so that it doesn't consume stamina. Rolus has every character. He was very close to skipping Nilou because he's running lean on resources, but he caved and got her before her banner ended. I got Nilou by accident. I was actually saving up I was actually doing that thing. I was doing the pity building thing. And I got Nilu. And that's how I missed Nahida, and that's why I'm getting Scaramouche now. Sucrose, her design is B tier for me. I don't sense anything special about it. She has doggy ears or fox ears. People have said that she's related to Sino in some way. I don't think that's true. Or I guess Tignari, not Sino, it's Tignari. Her kid's very powerful, but I don't find it fun to play with, so she gets a B. She's above Xingyan, above Yanfei, above Chongying, above Jean. Yep, she's around there. Razor is similar to Noel in that he is a trap. He is a very, very good hyper carry. He was like the original. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was the original Electro hyper carry, right? Of the OG roster. Then you invest into him, and then you realize he caps out pretty soon. Pretty soon after you start trying to build him, you realize that he doesn't really do as much damage as he probably should, because Superconduct and physical damage ultimately are not as good as, you know, an actual physical carry like Eula. So I guess he's above Noel. Also, Traveler has Dendro now, so I should definitely put him in B tier. B tier Traveler. He has Dendro. Kuki Shinobu. Kuki Shinobu is the only character in this game who has ass tattoos, so that's an S tier. Also, she's fun to play with, but mostly ass tattoo. Child is a special one because his animations. There was like an entire documentary that Mihoyo made, I believe, on Child. I think Child is a character that they designed especially for in terms of coding, because his weaponry, his elemental skill needed additional coding, and then they took inspiration from like Khazars or I don't know, some kind of Russian or Slavic group. I think they're called not the Huns, but Kitans, no, something like that. But they were some kind of like Slavic Russian group with like their own cultural fighting technique or something. And that's what he was based off of. I don't really get that much of a Slavic influence on him. His name is like Ajax. That doesn't sound very Slavic. But whatever it is, he looks cool in a very NPC sort of way. I don't know if that's kind of insulting or what, but he looks like an NPC to me with some additional spiffed out clothing and hair color. His playstyle is very fun though, so I'm going to give him a B above Traveler because he has a special fighting style. Hu Tao's C1 is quality of life constellation in my opinion. I've played Hu Tao for over 1.5 years at C0 and still use her frequently. That's good to hear. At least she's not gimped just because she doesn't have C1. What character would you consider gimped without C1? What character? Kazuha, I tried to get his C1, didn't work out. Wait, there's two Kazuhas. Okay. Skip Kazuha, you get put down there. You're gonna go have your lunch. Nice. I don't really eat regular meals anymore because I wake up so late. So here's my schedule. I stream now from nighttime around 5 p.m. to around I don't know, probably for about 5 hours, and then I try to go to sleep, but I can't go to sleep. I don't know why. My sleeping schedule is so messed up at this point that I try to go sleep, but I just stay awake on my bed. I look at my phone, read manga, play games, and then 4 or 5 hours later, then I go to sleep, and I wake up at around 2 p.m. if I'm lucky. And then I'll have dinner, and then I'll do whatever else, and then I'll start streaming again. That's probably going to be my schedule for the next month or so. I don't even remember what I ate today. I had fried fish, I had rice, ate some chips, and that was pretty much my meal. Fischl is the only voice actor. Fischl's voice actors are the only ones I find annoying in every single language. They were somehow able to translate her annoyingness to every single language, every single voice actor You don't know that Kuki has ass tattoos? How do you not know Kuki has ass tattoos? I'll show you. Of course, you're not going to be able to see her ass, but it's pretty obvious she has ass tattoos. This show is a B tier because even though she is very well designed aesthetically, I just find her voice acting to be too annoying to get over. She is above Venti, but below Layla, because at least Layla does not make me want to kill myself when I hear her talk. Xiangling, I never liked her design. I don't care about Guoba. Guoba is kind of cute, I guess, but I don't like her. I don't like her voice. Actually, I just feel ambivalent about Xiangling. It's not that she's offensive to me. It's just that she's whatever. The only reason people use her is because she's strong. She's a B tier. Below Toma. No, actually, that's too harsh. She's at least useful. So I guess she goes somewhere around. She's above Yinfei, I guess. Where's Kuki? What do you see here? What do you see here? Look at her ass. What is that? Where is that going? Where is that line going? And it connects down here. That's an ass tattoo. She has ass tattoos. Look at that. It even shows where her panties should be. What is that? Look at that. Anyways, ass tattoo. Eula, I cringed at her demo. I should probably go rewatch it to remind myself how bigoted and cringy I am, but she's a B. Yeah, because I can't actually type in Google ass tattoos Kuki. That's not gonna show anything that's legal. I'm gonna get kicked off YouTube if I show that. Maybe when you're in Taiwan, you'll sleep better. I will definitely sleep better in Taiwan, but that's not because of... That's because there will be nothing for me to do. Like... It's not a... I slept a normal schedule when it wasn't winter. Because when it's winter in Canada, everything just looks dark, okay? I wake up in the morning and it looks like it's fucking 5 p.m. when it's summer. When it's 5 p.m., it looks like it's fucking 12 p.m. during summer. There's not... It just looks like there's no difference between nighttime and daytime. I will need to sleep soon. It's 12 a.m. where I am. Where are you? Is it like... Well, it's almost nighttime here, so... Wait, it's almost 12 a.m. for me too. Can you rate all the 5 stars first? Haha. Okay, Eula, she's... Eula is above Traveler, but below Child. Because I find the whole revenge meme cringy, and I don't like her demo. Also, I don't have her, and she has no lore importance in the story right now. Bennett is a really shitty looking boy, but he doesn't have 2 things hanging around his back when he's moving, like 90% of the Genshin characters do, so that's a big plus in my eyes. So he gets a B. They go down here towards her butt crack. If you're being generous, they don't actually go into her butt crack. They just lift up here and then go towards the apex of her ass, I guess. And then this part goes down her hips towards her thighs and then end here. So if we're being generous, if we're being a bit more PG-13, then her ass tattoos do not go all the way down here. But she definitely does have ass tattoos. Nilou? Nilou is Ayaka 2.0. And I'm not sure which is better. I think Ayaka is the better character if you're looking for meta. If you're looking for a meta gameplay style, then Ayaka is definitely better than Nilou. But I think Nilou had the better story arc in both the Archon quest and her story quest. So I will rate her in A tier, above Mona. No, actually not above Mona, above Ningguang. Scaramouche. I have not played his story quest yet. I don't know how he's going to go in terms of the story. So it's a bit hard for me to rate him. Right now, I would definitely say he is in A tier. Above Ningguang. Because he actually got story development in the Archon quest. There you go. Over here, below Nilou. Design-wise, I have no opinion on his hat. I have no opinion on him being a little shit. A little emo little child. I think that's something that they made deliberately to appeal to a certain demographic, and I'm definitely not part of that demographic. Rosaria, she's hot, but her kid is just okay, I guess. But she's hot, so he belongs in S tier. No, not S tier. B tier, A tier. Over here, below Lisa. Xingqiu occupies like the same spot in my mind as the Wanderer, where I just feel a tiny bit ambivalent. They're very strong, but it's not made up by the fact that he has no lore relevance in the story whatsoever. He doesn't appear in the story, and he's a little boy, so he gets to be over here, down here somewhere, above Xiangling. The only reason people use him is because he is OP. Sayu. Nobody remembers Sayu anymore because there are 5 stars that can go around the world faster than her. I think technically Yelan is actually a faster character by using her skill than Sayu. I've seen comparisons of this, but I'm not sure. And Yelan is way stronger than Sayu. Sayu is a very weird character because besides her open world travel mechanic, you need to tailor a very specific team to make Sayu's elemental skill the main mechanic of your team. So you need a bunch of AoE that surrounds you, like fucking Kaya over here, and then Xiangling. So you need a very specific team, and I think it's just not fun to play as her. She looks fine too, but she needs too much work to make function correctly. So I think she's above Noelle, but below Sino. C tier. Qiqi was my first or second 5-star, I believe, when I lost 50-50. I might have even gotten her on the normal banner. I think I have C1 on her. Do I have C1 on Qiqi? Where is Qiqi? I have C2 Qiqi. Isn't that amazing? Literally C2 of the best character in the game. Eula was your first 36-star. Vengeance will be mine. It is. I get it. It's still cringe. Qiqi is based off of Sora and Honkai too. Really? Sora, Honkai. Damn, you're right. What the fuck? You're right. In general, do you like Honkai characters better or Genshin characters? Like, this is a question I want to ask Honkai players. Like, would you rather just play Honkai but with the quality of Genshin in the game, or would you rather play Genshin but with the quality of Honkai's story? Because whenever I hear Honkai players talk about Genshin, it almost feels like they wish Genshin was just Honkai, or they wish Honkai was just Genshin, but better. That's the kind of feeling I get. Yeah, see, the thing I have trouble talking with Honkai players is, one, I don't play Honkai that much. I've literally only dabbled in Honkai. Two, whenever I talk to Honkai players, it feels as though they just want Honkai, but with more quality, like Genshin. Like, they literally wish Genshin was just Honkai. Like, what if Genshin was Honkai 2.0? The end goal of Honkai players is to turn Genshin into Honkai 2.0, to fill it with so many Honkai characters that by the end of the story, it's literally just merging into Honkai. Like, when Honkai Impact 3rd ends, it's just the sequel to both Honkai and Genshin. The two worlds literally meld together into a single whole, into like a single piece of content. Yae? Oh wait, I didn't rate Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, she's okay. She fills a place in the meta, I guess. Not really. She doesn't do that much damage, but she does okay damage. She heals, but you really need healing in this game. Not that much most of the time. And even when you play Chi-Chi, she's not that good of a healer because, you know, the Ruin Wolves, they fly around too much these days, so healing based on attacking your enemies is not going to work when you can't even attack the enemies anymore. So she's definitely a B tier character. I think she's above Xiangling, but below Xingqiu. Goro, I'm not into furries, so I think the demographic that Goro is going for, I'm not part of that. I want the best of both worlds, yeah. I think Honkai Impact players are just really into Honkai Impact story, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, just saying there's nothing wrong with that makes me feel like there's something wrong with that. So even saying that is bad. I just feel like Honkai Impact players... My wish is that in the future, we get a Honkai Impact game. Like, Honkai Star Rail is obviously coming out. I hope that Honkai Star Rail fills that void in terms of quality in between Genshin and Honkai Impact, so that, you know, the two sides can meet in the middle somewhere and enjoy the same piece of content, rather than just like one small player base but very vocal player base for Honkai Impact, talking kind of over Genshin Impact players' heads to the extent where it's like, we are bringing you this knowledge, this sacred knowledge from Honkai Impact, receive it and receive the wisdom of our forebears. That's the kind of feeling I'm getting. Honkai's animation and team building synergy with Genshin quality models and open world. That's exactly what I'm hoping for the future of MiHoYo games. That's what I want for Honkai Star Rail as well. But I've heard some concerning things about Honkai Star Rail's combat system, that it's not going to measure up to the previous games. I need to go stretch from sitting and then sleep. I enjoy the stream. I'll rewatch tomorrow to see your tier list. See you later. See you, man. I'm just really happy that more than 1 or 2 people showed up. I think you were the first person to come in here when there was nobody else. So thank you. Thank you. If you weren't here, others probably wouldn't have stuck around anyways. Anyways, Goro, not into furries. Very niche. He's above Toma, I guess. Why is Bennett all the way down here? I just don't really like Bennett. He's too powerful, and he's too boring, and he's too generic. What the fuck is wrong with him? Why did they even design him? I hate how the problem with OG Genshin characters for me is that they're so powerful, but they have no story relevance whatsoever. Like, what are any of these characters doing? What is Xingqiu doing? What is Bennett doing in the story? They're not doing anything. They're not relevant. And so I keep on seeing these characters being played in the meta, in the Spiral Abyss, but you don't see them in the story itself. And that doesn't sit right with me. Candace, very niche character. I don't know what she's good for actually, but I'm sure in the future she'll be okay. She'll find a role someday, I guess. Aesthetics wise, I think she is in A tier at the very least. But below Ningguang. Because Ningguang at the very least can do damage as a DPS. Oh boy. The Sony character, D-. She's not part of this world. Yoimiya, S tier in terms of design. B tier in terms of gameplay. I didn't realize how how jarring it would be to see your attacks literally miss the enemy so much. It was not even something I noticed before Yoimiya, but I do notice it now. So I feel like she is at most an A tier. Above Ningguang, but below Scaramouche for now. Because her attacks just make me... Like, even if she is better than Nilou, I feel like I get more mad playing Yoimiya than Nilou. Yoimiya is literally the reason why I was able to finish this Spiral Abyss, but I still feel mad at her for a very, like, unreasonable reason. Because she misses her shots too much. Ito, his demo was probably one of the best demos I've ever seen in the game. I would rate it up in the top. I would rate it in the top 5. His design is godlike, S tier. His gameplay though is not as fun as I would have expected. Throwing around the little ball is kind of cool, I guess, but he disappears too fast. So A tier, below, I guess above Candace. Candace really needs some work. He needs some love. Dory, when I got Dory, it surprised me how shit her entire kit was. I was a big fan of her design when I first saw it. It was almost S tier for me before I saw her kit, but her kit really drags her down to almost D tier. She is a C tier at this moment. Below Sayu. Xiao, I feel like the amount of memes that Xiao has created with Lament and his overall design is also S tier. But his gameplay style is so boring. When I tried his demo, I wanted to like cry tears of rage because I realized that I didn't like him from a gameplay standpoint. He's a B tier. Above Layla, but below Traveler. Faruzan, I have not gotten to play her yet. I've not gotten to play her yet. But her design is just Hatsune Miku. Also, she is going to be able to buff Wander from what I've heard. Maybe not 100%, but she is probably the most necessary Anemo buff that we need at this moment. And she's hot. So I would say at the very least above Ito. Tignari, again, not into furries. He looks kind of generic, but his clothing is cool. Aesthetically an A tier, but gameplay wise, I'm ambivalent. And his theme is also something I feel ambivalent about. So B tier, above Traveler. Ayato is cool. His kit is cool. He's very comfy to play. His story is, it's there. His voice actor made him go on sale for bananas. Like his sales are like completely nuts in Japan. So just for that alone, I think he deserves to be an A tier above Ito. Yae, a very frustrating character to play, a very disappointing character to play on release, but that has since been fixed to some extent. Ever since they fixed the teleportation issue with getting stuck on ledges, the movement problem has also been fixed in general. With a few constellations, she is actually very powerful, and you do have to do very little to deal damage in an area of effect. And she's also hot. Maybe not in S tier, but definitely A tier. Possibly above Ito for me. Okay, we're in the last 3 characters. Kazuha is already there. Heizo, I have no thoughts about. He is a worse Wander in my opinion. He is a worse Wander, maybe even a worse Sucrose. His only shtick is that he punches things and kicks things, and he's like a fucking airbender. But I feel like they cheaped out on it and didn't go with the theme entirely. Like if they really wanted to make a melee Anemo character, they would have given him an entirely different weapon set and not just Catalyst. So, also 4-star. I would say he's in the bottom half of B tier. above Chi-Chi. Kalei is interesting because her design is not bad. I think it fits her very well. Her current attitude, her current personality, but she has absolutely nothing to do with the manga version of herself in terms of the design and the theme. I wish she had some bandages around her, as bad as that sounds. Like, I wish she had a more desert theme going for her. Especially after the connection with Dottore. I wish she needs a skin. She needs a different skin to make her look more gruff. More like her former manga self. And because that connection is not there anymore, except for this one bandana or scarf that Amber gave her that is on her clothing, I think she needs to go in B tier. Above Diona. And last but not least, female traveler, who I'm not going to treat as the traveler, but as the enemy, the canonical Lumine Abyss enemy. She is going to go into the same spot as the traveler, above him, because she's a girl. And that does it for my tier list on how I feel about all the characters in Genshin Impact so far. Basically a glow up from her former days. She's just not like manga Kalei. She just doesn't look the same. Like, look at this. What is this? She's not wearing the same hat. This hat looks like it's from Russia or some Slavic land. This is definitely some kind of a Snezhnaya themed hat or apparel, whatever it's called. And now we have Kalei in Sumeru, who looks like she's just a completely different character. These two are not the same characters. They changed her too much. She had bandages. She looked a lot more lively in the manga version. And maybe I'm just on copium, but I hope that they develop Kalei farther in the future so that maybe she gets more of her personality from her manga days back. Maybe like there's some kind of development with her inner powers that she got from the blood of the gods. Maybe in the future they'll develop on that more. But as far as I know, that's not going to happen. So it's just copium speak now. Like, look at this. Totally different character. Fuck. Continuing without ad block. See, this is what I want in Genshin. That's what I want, not this. They need to make her edgier. Yeah, I just want more edgy Kalei. That's exactly it. Not just edgy Kalei, but I feel like characters should have more modes, like different forms, right? Honkai Impact does this, don't they? They have different suits for the same character. Why not do the same thing for Genshin Impact? Have a 5-star level Kalei. Have maybe a future 6-star, or have 4-star versions of 5-star characters. Could always happen in my dreams. There's a lot of things they could do with Genshin Impact, but they probably won't. Anyways, that does it for my tier list. I think I have to get off now. Like, my throat is getting kind of hoarse, and there's no water in the pitcher anymore. I literally drink right out of the pitcher these days, and I have to go refill it. So thank you guys for tuning in. I did not expect this many people to show up, which is literally like 3 people. There were more in like the first hour or so, but only one person did any talking in the chat. I'm really glad I kept streaming, even though there was nobody there for like 3 or 4 hours. I will see you guys later. I'll be streaming again tomorrow, most likely. Thank you guys. Goodbye. This is Bench Gamer signing out.